Poltekkes Kemenkes Padang sebagai pendidikan tinggi vokasional kesehatan yang telah berkiprah selama kurun waktu 18 tahun. Poltekkes Kemenkes Padang telah mengembangkan diri menjadi pusat riset yang handal, berdaya saing, dan memiliki jejaring yang luas dalam tahap nasional dan internasional dengan memanfaatkan sumber daya lokal termasuk sumber daya manusia dan alamnya. Capaian yang telah diperoleh oleh Poltekkes Kemenkes Padang ini merupakan potensi yang besar dalam menjadi landasan yang kokoh untuk mengembangkan lebih jauh kegiatan-kegiatan pengembangan riset aplikatif, diseminasi hasil-hasilnya, dan penerapan teknologi dalam bidang manajemen bencana berbasis kesehatan di masa yang akan datang. Kita tingkatkan kepedulian dalam penanggulangan risiko bencana melalui riset, publikasi, dan produk. Dan mari dukung pusat unggulan iptek manajemen bencana berbasis kesehatan dan kearifan lokal Poltekkes Kemenkes Padang. Semoga Poltekkes Kemenkes Padang unggul dan berdaya saing serta terkemuka.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention, please? We cordially invite you to come and be seated, because in a few minutes, the ceremony is about to begin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Sair yang balam jo barabah, barabah lalu balam mandi. Sair yang salam sarato sambah, sambah lalu salam kembali. A mother holds a baby, then goes around to the city. Good morning, everybody. May everyone here always be happy. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The distinguished Governor of West Sumatra, represented by the Head of Health Office of West Sumatra or Dinas Kesehatan Provinsi Sumatera Barat, and also represented by the Head of Search and Rescue Office or BPBD Sumatera Barat. The distinguished or our honorable speakers, Professor Faridah Muhammad Said from Malaysia, good morning, and also Dr. Joel Rayu Eka from Philippines, Dr. Puji Pujono MSW from Indonesia, and Miss Carol Chen from Singapore. The distinguished, the Director of Health Ministry Polytechnic of Padang, and also our guests from Palu, Tasikmalaya, and Bali. Good morning. And also all participants here and all audiences here. With thanks to God Almighty, we can gather at the opening ceremony of the 4th International Conference and Seminar, event titled The Role of Health Education in Preparedness Reserve Health Task Force for Disaster, at Auditorium Hall of Health Ministry Polytechnic of Padang, and also via Zoom online on today, Wednesday, 2nd November 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first agenda, let's sing our national anthem together, Indonesia Raya. All audiences, please rise. constituencies, please have a seat. Next, let's see the video of Health Ministry Polytechnic of Padang hymn song by Polytechnic Padang Choir. Ladies and gentlemen, next, the remarks of the chairman of the committee will be delivered by Ibu Happy Sasmita, SKP MKEP SPJIWA. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning all. Praise be to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. We are still given the health, and let send prayer and greeting to the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, his family and friends. May we all get his intercession and be guided until the day of judgment. The distinguished Governor of West Sumatra, represented by Dinas Kesehatan Provinsi Sumatera Barat and Kepala BPBD Provinsi Sumatera Barat. The Honorable Bapak Dr. Burhan Muslim SKM MSI, the Director of Health Ministry Polytechnic of Padang. Our speaker, Dr. Puji Pujiono from Indonesia, Dr. John Ray from Philippines, Professor Farida Muhammad Sain from Malaysia, and Carol Chen by Singapore. The Director and the Health Center of Excellence team from the Ministry Polytechnic of Health Poltekkes Palu, Pasar, and Tasikmalaya. Welcome to Ranah Minang. The distinguished all guests, audience, and our beloved students. Welcome to the 4th International Conference and Seminar of Health Ministry Polytechnic of Padang. They would like to say thank you for all the participants and committee. This international conference is the 4th conference held by Health Ministry Polytechnic of Padang. It will be held for 2 days. The first day was a conference with speakers from Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, and Indonesia. On the second day, speakers related to Center of Excellence from Health Ministry, Polytechnic of Palu, Tasikmalaya, Denpasar, and Padang. And continue with 13 oral presentation and 20 poster presentation of research from lecturer and student, both from Polytechnic Ministry of Health Padang and other institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, the current transformation strategies change the focus of health, service for reporting for official and serving the community. One form of transformation in the health sector is related to disaster crisis management. Health Ministry of Padang is one of the health institutions appointed as a producer of backup personnel in disaster management. Therefore, the same is this international conference is the role of the health education, the preparedness reserve health task force for disaster. We hope this conference and seminar will be a right forum for academic to exchange information related to the development of science-based and research. It's also a good opportunity for lecturer and students to have an international publication, talks, this conference and seminar. We hope that everything runs smoothly and successfully. And through this remark, we hope that Bapak Dr. Burhan Muslim SKM MSc, the Director of Health Ministry Polytechnic Padang, is willing to be able to open this international conference event. Thus, we convey the report. We apologize for our mistake. Thank you for the attention. Wabillahi taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, next, let's listen the welcome speech and also opening the conference by the Director of Health Ministry Polytechnic of Padang, the Honorable Bapak Dr. Burhan Muslim SKM MSI. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excuse me, before I deliver my remarks, I will read pantun for conference and seminar. Pantun is a work of Indonesian art, especially the Malay ethnicity. Putri Minang menggiling ketumbar. Ketumbar dipakai untuk bumbu rendang. Selamat datang seluruh peserta seminar di Polytechnic Padang, Kebanggaan Ranah Minang. Indah pemandangan di pantai Padang. Di situ tampak banyak perahu nelayan. Walau hanya sebentar di Ranah Minang, jangan lupa membeli buah tangan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Governor of West Sumatra or his representative, the Honorable Director General of Health Manpower, Ibu Dr. Ginggi Arianti Anaya, MKM, the Honorable our speakers, Professor Farida Muhammad Said from Malaysia, Dr. Jul Ray from Philippines, Dr. Puji Pujiono, MSW from Indonesia, Mr. Carol Chen from Singapore, the honorable participants of conference and seminar. Alhamdulillah, we are grateful for God Almighty for all His blessing. On this occasion, I would like to convey several things related to his conference and seminar. First, I would like to thank the head of Center of Excellence, Health Polytechnic, and his team for initiating and implementing this activity. Second, I would like to welcome and thanks to speakers and seminar participants who have provided time and touch to contribute to this important activity. Both who came directly offline and who came online, especially to participants from Denpasar Health Polytechnic, Palu Health Polytechnic, and Tasikmalaya Health Polytechnic. Thank you and welcome to Padang City. Third, the issue we discuss in this conference and seminar are very important. The issue of reserve health personnel for disaster is one of part the transformation of health in Indonesia. For the Health Polytechnic is very interesting to discuss because Health Polytechnic will be the place to prepare the backup health workers. These seminars will discuss the role of the Health Polytechnic in providing backup health worker for disaster, and this is something new. I hope this conference and seminar can produce a formula that can be used as reference in the development of future programs. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially open this conference and seminar. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you for the director that have opened our event for this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, as an expression of our gratitude to the God, next recitation pray by Saudara M. Torik Safta. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Allow me here to lead the prayer for those who are Muslim, and for those who are non-Muslim, please to adjust. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. الصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وأصحابه رسول الله أجمعين. اللهم اغفر لي ولوالدي وارحمهم كما ربونا صغارا، ولجميع المسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات الأحياء منهم والأموات، إنك أنت السميع قريب مجيب دعوة ويا قاضي الحاجات. اللهم إنا نسألك سلامة في الدين والعافية في الجسد وزيادة في العلم وبركة في الرزق وتوبة قبل الموت ورحمة عند الموت ومغفرة بعد الموت. اللهم هون علينا في سكرات الموت والنجنة من النار. Oh Allah, forgive our sins, the sins of our parents, the sins of our teachers, and the sin of the heroes who have gone before us. Oh Allah, today we gather in order to carry out the International Conference of Health, Polytechnic, Ministry of Health Padang in 2022. With them, the role of health education in preparing reserve health tasks. ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, our title of our event is The Role of Health Education in Preparedness Reserve Health Task Force for Disaster. And related to the theme, today we have two keynote speakers from Dinas Kesehatan Sumatera Barat and also from BPBD, Badan Penanggulangan Bencana Daerah Sumatera Barat. And now for the first, we will invite the speech from Kepala Dinas Kesehatan Sumatera Barat will be presented by Bapak Sahwan SKM MKes. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Sebelum saya menyampaikan sambutan kepada Kepala Dinas Kesehatan Sumatera Barat, saya ingin menyampaikan permohonan kepada Kepala Dinas yang saat sekarang ini berada di Bogor dalam pelaksanaan kegiatan rakor tek bidang Kesmas. Kemudian yang kedua, saya juga mohon maaf karena memang sambutan ini disampaikan dalam bahasa Indonesia. Karena nanti kalau disampaikan dalam bahasa Inggris semakin belepotan nanti masalahnya. Baik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sambutan Kepala Dinas Kesehatan Provinsi Sumatera Barat pada International Conference Poltekkes Kemenkes Padang tahun 2022 dengan tema The Role of Health Education in Preparing Reserve Health Task Force for Disaster Management. Yang terhormat Ibu Dirjen Tenaga Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan RI, yang terhormat Kepala BPBD Provinsi Sumatera Barat atau mewakili, yang terhormat Direktur Poltekkes Kementerian Kesehatan Padang beserta seluruh sivitas akademika, para perwakilan Poltekkes Kemenkes Denpasar, Poltekkes Palu dan juga Poltekkes dari Tasikmalaya, para narasumber dari atau pembicara dari Malaysia, dari Singapura dan juga Filipina. Kemudian yang kita hormati juga tentunya seluruh peserta konferensi dan seminar, para undangan hadirin yang berbahagia. Puji dan syukur kita panjatkan kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa taala yang telah memberikan rahmat dan karunia kepada kita semua, sehingga kita masih diberi kesempatan, kenikmatan dan kesehatan untuk menghadiri kegiatan International Conference Polytechnic Kemenkes tahun 2022 dengan tema The Role of Health Education in Preparing Reserve Health Task Force for Disaster Management, yang dalam bahasa Indonesia dikatakan peranan pendidikan kesehatan dalam mempersiapkan Satgas Kesehatan pada penanggulangan bencana. Salam dan iring salam kita sampaikan pada junjungan kita Nabi besar Muhammad SAW yang telah menuntun umat manusia kepada jalan yang lurus dan berakhlak mulia ini. Hadirin yang saya hormati, jika payung rusak, datanglah ke tukang, agar kelak tidak kehujanan. Selamat datang di Ranah Minang, para tamu yang terhormat. Senandung lagu yang berdendang, diiringi tabuhan kendang. Jika sampai di Ranah Minang, jangan lupa untuk kuliner rendang. Hadirin yang berbahagia, secara geologis dan hidrologis, Indonesia merupakan wilayah rawan bencana alam. Salah satunya adalah gempa bumi dan potensi tsunami. Hal ini dikarenakan wilayah Indonesia berada pada pertemuan 3 lempeng tektonik aktif, yaitu lempeng Indo-Australia di bagian selatan, lempeng Eurasia di bagian utara, dan lempeng Pasifik di bagian timur. Ketiga lempengan tersebut bergerak dan saling bertumbukan sehingga lempeng Indo-Australia menujam ke lempeng Eurasia dan menimbulkan gempa bumi, jalur gunung api, dan sesar atau patahan. Penujaman lempeng Indo-Australia yang bergerak relatif ke utara dengan lempeng Eurasia yang bergerak ke selatan menimbulkan jalur gempa bumi dan rangkaian gunung api aktif sepanjang Pulau Sumatera, Pulau Jawa, Bali, Nusa Tenggara, sejajar dengan jalur penunjangan kedua lempeng tersebut. Hadirin yang dirahmati Allah, bencana adalah peristiwa rangkaian yang mengancam dan mengganggu kehidupan dan penghidupan masyarakat yang disebabkan baik oleh faktor alam atau non alam maupun faktor manusia, sehingga mengakibatkan timbulnya korban jiwa manusia, kerusakan lingkungan, kerugian harta benda, dan dampak psikologis. Berdasarkan jenisnya, bencana terbagi atas. Pertama, bencana alam, bencana yang diakibatkan oleh peristiwa-peristiwa alam seperti gempa bumi, tsunami, gunung meletus, banjir, angin topan, tanah longsor, dan kekeringan. Bencana non-alam adalah bencana yang disebabkan oleh peristiwa non-alam seperti gagal teknologi, gagal modernisasi atau kebakaran, kesalahan desain, keselamatan pabrik, kerusakan komponen, kebocoran reaktor nuklir, kecelakaan transportasi, semburan gas atau lumpur panas akibat eksploitasi minyak bumi atau bahan tambang lainnya, dan juga epidemik dan wabah penyakit yang barusan kita lalui, yaitu COVID-19. Kemudian yang ketiga adalah bencana sosial, bencana yang disebabkan oleh peristiwa yang munculnya konflik sosial antar kelompok masyarakat. Tercatat dalam sejarah beberapa bencana besar yang terjadi di dunia. Pertama adalah gempa Antioquia dan Suriah tahun 526 yang berkekuatan 7,5 skala Richter dengan menewaskan lebih kurang 250.000 jiwa. Kemudian topan Kalkuta tahun 1937 diduga mengeluarkan korban jiwa sebanyak 300.000 orang. Kemudian gempa Haiyan di Cina tahun 1920 dengan kekuatan 7,8 skala Richter dan mengakibatkan korban jiwa sekitar 273.400 orang. Kemudian juga gempa bumi dan tsunami di Samudra Hindia yang berkekuatan 9,1 skala Richter mengenai 14 negara di dunia dan mengakibatkan korban sebanyak 280.000 orang jiwa dalam kejadian bencana dahsyat lainnya tentunya. Terakhir adalah bencana pandemi COVID yang juga menelan banyak korban. Bencana akan berdampak terhadap krisis kesehatan. Krisis kesehatan menurut Peraturan Menteri pengungsian dan atau adanya potensi bahaya yang berdampak pada kesehatan masyarakat yang membutuhkan respon cepat di luar kebiasaan normal dan kapasitas kesehatan tidak memadai. Dampak bencana terhadap masalah kesehatan adalah bencana. A. Adanya korban atau luka atau trauma, fraktur, masalah gizi, penyakit menular dan lain-lain. Kemudian infrastruktur fasilitas yang tidak berfungsi akibat kerusakan ringan sampai dengan berat. Kemudian yang kedua adalah pasca bencana, terbatasnya air bersih dan sanitasi yang jelek, masalah gizi, masalah kesehatan reproduksi, penyakit pasca bencana seperti leptospirosis, campak, malnutrisi, dan lain-lain. Dalam rangka minimalisasi risiko timbulnya korban jiwa dan harta, maka upaya penanggulangan bencana perlu dilakukan dengan tindakan terencana, terkoordinasi, terpadu, cepat, dan tepat sasaran. Kementerian Kesehatan saat ini sedang melakukan upaya inovasi yang dikenal dengan transformasi kesehatan. Penguatan sistem kesehatan health security merupakan salah satu bagian dari program transformasi kesehatan. Untuk mendukung ketahanan kesehatan, diperlukan tata kelola krisis kesehatan yang bisa secara terpadu dan terkoordinasi. Salah satunya melalui koordinasi pentahelik sehingga terwujud hal resilient. Kolaborasi pentahelik merupakan kolaborasi antara lain yang meliputi pemerintah, masyarakat, akademisi, pelaku usaha, dan media. Pengelolaan krisis kesehatan pada situasi bencana didukung oleh penguatan sumber daya, peningkatan kapasitas SDM, laboratorium, sistem informasi dan surveillance, manajemen logistik, kemudian komunikasi risiko dan juga pendanaan, partisipasi dan kemitraan publik, koordinasi jejaring kerja organisasi masyarakat, akademisi, swasta, dan global. Peran pemerintah pada krisis kesehatan adalah menyiapkan pasienkes dengan kemampuan pada saat bencana. Saat ini di Provinsi Sumatera terdapat 281 puskesmas dan 75 rumah sakit, 33 antaranya rumah sakit pemerintah. Pasienkes tersebut telah disiapkan kemampuan untuk menghadapi bencana. Dalam penanggulangan bencana sesuai dengan Perka BNPB nomor 173 tahun 2014 terdapat 8 klaster dalam penanggulangan bencana, yaitu klaster kesehatan, klaster pencarian dan penyelamatan, kemudian klaster logistik, klaster pengungsian dan perlindungan, klaster pendidikan, klaster sarana dan prasarana dan pemulihan dini, dan serta klaster ekonomi. Klaster kesehatan diatur dengan Peraturan Menteri Kesehatan nomor 75 tahun 2019 dengan koordinator klaster kesehatan adalah sebagai berikut. Koordinator klaster kesehatan nasional adalah Menteri Kesehatan melalui Kepala Pusat Krisis Kesehatan. Kemudian koordinator klaster kesehatan provinsi adalah Kepala Dinas Kesehatan Provinsi, dan koordinator klaster kesehatan kabupaten kota adalah Kadinkes Kabupaten Kota. Hadirin yang berbahagia, pada krisis kesehatan akibat bencana, akademisi kesehatan diharapkan dapat berperan aktif, baik pada prakrisis kesehatan, darurat krisis kesehatan, dan pada pasca krisis kesehatan. Peran pendidikan kesehatan pada krisis kesehatan diharapkan sebagai berikut. Pertama, prakrisis kesehatan, pendidikan perencanaan penggunaan bencana, penanggulangan risiko bencana, dan pencegahan melalui pelatihan, workshop, materi kebencanaan, dan kurikulum pendidikan. Kemudian yang kedua adalah tanggap darurat, penggerakan mahasiswa dalam pengkajian lokasi, kerusakan dan sumber daya, penyelamatan dan evakuasi korban sesuai dengan bidang keilmuan. Kemudian yang ketiga adalah pasca bencana, partisipasi pemulihan sarana prasarana kesehatan dan pelayanan kesehatan. Hadirin peserta konferensi yang kami banggakan, saya memberikan apresiasi atas terselenggaranya internasional konferensi Polytechnic Kemenkes tahun 2022 ini. Diharapkan kegiatan ini merupakan suatu momentum untuk lebih berikhtiar dalam meningkatkan peran serta masyarakat, terutama akademisi dalam upaya meminimalisasi risiko bencana melalui peningkatan kompetensi dan soft skill dalam menghadapi krisis kesehatan pada situasi bencana. Semoga kegiatan ini dapat dilakukan secara berkesinambungan untuk meningkatkan keterpaduan, koordinasi antar pemerintah, masyarakat, akademisi, dan pemangku kepentingan. Demikianlah sambutan yang saya dapat sampaikan. Mudah-mudahan acara konferensi kita ini diridhai Allah Tuhan Yang Maha Kuasa. Akhirnya saya sampaikan Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you untuk Dinas Kesehatan dan mohon maaf Bapak, we will give you a certificate of appreciation to the Director of Health Ministry Polytechnic of Padang, to the Dinas Kesehatan Sumatera Barat. This is the certificate of appreciation. Thank you. And after this, we will present the next beautiful dance from West Sumatra, Tari Piring. Ladies and gentlemen, before we come to the next agenda, we present you the next beautiful dance from West Sumatra, Tari Piring. Tari Piring, a masterpiece from Rajo Batuah Minangkabau traditional art. Basile di ujung lidah, malangkah di pangka karya, bamain di ujung pandang. This dance is based on the life of farmers who are familiar to us, especially to the Minangkabau people. The meaning implied to this word conveys together it will become, while the broken plate means the enemy is not to be solved, but when you meet, you cannot be avoided. Music and dance by Rajo Batuah, Minangkabau traditional art, and dancers from the student of Health Ministry Polytechnic of Padang. Penari adalah mahasiswa dan mahasiswi dari UKM Tari Seni dan Budaya Poltekkes Padang. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tari Piring.
Ditiup angin kadang
Kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk mahasiswa dan mahasiswi Poltekkes Kemenkes Padang. Terima kasih. Itulah dia Bapak Ibu dari UKM Seni dan Budaya Poltekkes Kemenkes Padang. Tarian ini adalah tarian yang sangat indah, bermakna adalah kebersamaan. Dan selain itu, pecahan piring bermakna dari salah satu filosofi adat Minang, musuh pantang dicari, tapi kalau bertemu pantang untuk dielakkan. Ya, seperti itu. Baiklah, sambil kita akan menuju ke acara berikutnya dan juga untuk akan berberes, kita akan saksikan terlebih dahulu Mars Poltekkes Kemenkes Padang.
Polytechnic Kesehatan Padang, nama buku junjung tinggi dan kubanggakan, penghasil tenaga profesional, bidang ilmu dan teknologi kesehatan, pembina dan pendidik semuanya bertekad
ini is the photo session. Kita bersiap akan berfoto bersama Bapak Ibu untuk seluruh undangan dan panitia yang ada di auditorium. Baik, kepada Bapak Direktur bersama dari Dinas Kesehatan BPBD dan Bapak Ibu undangan dan juga dari tamu kami dari Poltekkes Palu, Bali dan Tasikmalaya dan juga seluruh tamu yang hadir, kami persilakan untuk kita berfoto bersama. Kita di atas juga. Dari Bali juga Bapak silakan. Kita akan foto bersama. Kita coba di atas dulu Bapak. Nanti baru selanjutnya kita kalau tidak cukup kita di bawah. Silakan. Dari Dinkes, dari BPBD, dari Palu, Bali, dan Tasikmalaya, dan juga seluruh undangan dan tamu. Boleh di atas dulu Bapak? Di bawah? Boleh, kita coba dulu. Ya, sebagian di atas dan juga ada yang di bawah. Bapak Direktur, Dinkes, dan BPBD silakan mengambil posisi di tengah. Seluruh panitia juga disilahkan untuk berfoto bersama. Boleh mengisi yang di atas. Bapak Ibu dosen, boleh ikut silakan. Cek. Nanti boleh juga ada perwakilan mahasiswa 3 per jurusan, ya. Oh ya, penari. Nah, ini juga. Silakan penari, Delvan dan tim. Penari, Delvan dan tim silakan bergabung untuk foto bersama. Supaya bisa rapat kita mungkin agak miring Bapak Ibu bahunya supaya bisa. Delvan dan tim silakan kanan kiri boleh di bawah dan di atas. Nanti siapkan perwakilan per jurusan 3 orang ya. Oh, aman Pak? Aman kakinya? Oh, ada berdarah. Gak apa-apa, itu dikit, itu tantangan. Oke, per jurusan boleh 3 mahasiswa? Ya, mewakili. Ayo silakan sayang. Dari Gizi, Kesling 3 orang. Promkes silakan di sini. Keperawatan 3 orang. Ayo, di bawah. Jadi ada keterwakilan. Yola, Ola ikut Ola. Torik mana tadi Torik? Atau mau tambah lagi masih bisa nih. Gizi, Kesling, 2 lagi. Kesling, ayo 2 lagi. Pak Aidil, ayo gabung Pak Aidil. Dari Promkes boleh 2 lagi, dari keperawatan. Ibu Rina, itu juga ada dari dosen Bu Yesi, Pak Erik, Pak Mahaza, ayo Pak gabung Pak, kita sama-sama. Karena di belakang jadi tidak terlalu terlihat. Ayo Bapak Ibu yang di belakang. Nita, Pak Af, gabung foto Pak Af. Ayo Bu Elsie. Bu Sari, Pak Eri, ayo Pak Eri. Oke, kasih kode sayang. 1. Ya, gaya bebas Bapak Ibu. Oke, kaki jempol. Ya, terima kasih. Selanjutnya kami persilakan tamu kami dari Palu, Tasikmalaya, dan Bali yang mungkin ingin berfoto bersama dengan para penari, disilahkan. Nah. Penarinya berdiri sayang. Oke. Bapak Direktur Dinkes dan BPBD juga silakan gabung, kita foto bersama para tamu kita. Nah, penarinya silakan berdiri. Tidak masuk Pak Uji. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu, berikutnya we will come to the panel presentation by Dr. Puji Pujiono MSW and also from Professor Faridah Muhammad Said from Malaysia. And the presentation, the panel will be led by Bapak Dr. Sukra Alhamda. We will see the curriculum vitae of Bapak Dr. Sukra. So here it is, our moderator for today, Bapak Dr. Sukra Alhamda SKM MKes, dosen Poltekkes Kemenkes Padang, dengan jabatan lektor kepala Bapak Ibu, dengan riwayat pendidikan S1 Kesmas UI, S2 Kesmas UGM, dan S3 Ilmu Lingkungan Universitas Negeri Padang. Riwayat pekerjaan beliau, ya, ini dia dosen tetap Poltekkes, kemudian juga dosen tidak tetap di beberapa universitas di Sumatera Barat, Ketua Cabang Ikatan Ahli Kesehatan Masyarakat Indonesia, Asesor Lampetekkes, Reviewer Nasional, Penelitian Badan PPSDM, dan Asesor BKD Kementerian Pendidikan, Kebudayaan, Riset, dan Dikti. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator, Bapak Dr. Sukra Alhamda SKM MKes. Please give applause to him.
Thank you very much, Ms. Revi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and all of participants. The next step is panel presentation. First, please welcome to the International Conference and International Seminar, The Role of Health Education in Preparedness Reserve Health Task Force for Disaster on Wednesday, November the 3rd, 2022. With me, the moderator Sukra Alhamda. Please welcome the next also supported by 4 speakers, including Honorable Mr. Dr. Puji Pujiono, MSW, the senior expert in disaster, with the subject title is Policies on Health Task Force Reservation to Ensure Resilience During Disaster. Also, Honorable Mr. Dr. Joe Ray Yu Ekop, lecturer in Vichayas State University, with the subject title Building Healthcare Resilience to Prevent Adverse Impact of Disaster. The next Honorable Mrs. Professor Faridah Muhammad Said, lecturer at Lincoln University College, with the subject title Setting Up Curriculum, Learning Methods, and Interprofessional Collaboration in Health Education Process to Support Disaster Management. And the Honorable Mrs. Carol Chong, Oxley Management Consultant, with the subject title The Need for Backup Health Service Worker for Various Firms Disaster Event. Well, ladies and gentlemen, and all of participants, we would like to invite the Honorable Mr. Dr. Pujiono, MSW, senior expert in disaster with disaster subject, policies on health task force, reservation to ensure resilience during disaster. The stage is yours.
Thank you. I would like to check first if my voice is coming through. Thank you very much. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, students, very good morning to you all. I wish I could be here with you as I sit in my chat box. I enjoy my time in Ranah Minang. But unfortunately, the time doesn't allow me to be here with you. But nevertheless, I will present my presentation today. Just very briefly about myself, in addition to the introduction, I'm a social worker by profession and by training. And I have my Kapabayan here, Dr. Ekop. I call it Kapabayan because I'm also educated in the Philippines. Both my masteral and doctoral is from public administration in the Philippines. So I could say one thing or two in Filipino. But also to my colleagues from Singapore and Malaysia, very good morning to you all. What I will present to you this morning is some key considerations pertaining to health volunteer corps. When I was in Padang city a couple of months ago, I met senior lecturers of the Padang Polytechnic. And they told me that the Polytechnic is aspired to be the center of excellence in the region and in Indonesia. In the case of health medical volunteer corps. And I give some of my initial thoughts. And now it's my opportunity to elaborate further of what considerations need to be taken on board when the school or the Polytechnic seriously would like to get into this business. With your permission, I would like to request the organizer to screen my presentation. What I will do is I will look into several aspects of the health volunteer corps. I would look into the legal basis in Indonesia. I would look into the personal traits that students must have to be an effective volunteer. And finally, I would like to wrap it up with some managerial and operational considerations so that the Polytechnic could really become an effective institution that serves as a center of excellence. May I have my presentation, please? While we are waiting for the presentation, I would like to highlight what the director said during the opening, that Sumatra Barat, the West Sumatra, happened to be the cradle of disaster risk, as it was presented by him. You have a beautiful place, very charming people, very beautiful seashore, but at the same time, that also constitutes disaster risk. Right? This is the background. I think if you look at the screen, you have almost all kinds of disasters in West Sumatra, from storm to coastal abrasion, drought, earthquake. I was in Padang during the earthquake in the late 90s, and I stayed for a couple of weeks to organize the joint needs assessment of the United Nations and the government. And also revisit Padang during the reconstruction. And a couple of months ago, I also visited your province in the course of establishing the national system of disaster statistics. And Padang is selected to be one of the pilot provinces. Anyway, so enough said that West Sumatra is really the cradle of so many risks. And therefore, I submit that Polytech Kemenkes, your school in Padang, is uniquely situated in a place where you could excel. Not only for your own purpose in school, but also to assist the society, the disaster management agency, and the government in general. The next slide, please. If we ask a student of the Polytech KES Padang today, why should you join a health volunteer corps? It will be interesting that in other situations, students would find it interesting and rewarding to join a volunteer corps because the volunteering in disaster management activities would give them the increased exposure to the profession. It will enhance your skills in whichever subfield you are trying to master now. It gives you the opportunity to experience the real life laboratory, both in time of disaster and in the preparedness. And as a young person, it will give you the opportunity to travel outside of your shell, outside of your room, outside of your school, and actually engage with communities. So enough said, I think that there is sufficient incentive for you and for school to embark on health volunteering, health volunteer corps. Next slide, please. I think before this one, I quoted a statement of your director, Pak Muslim, when the Polytech Padang signed an MOU with the Provincial Disaster Management Agency. He said that Polytech Padang has huge potential to contribute. You have about 1,400 students and about 125 teachers and lecturers. So on the table, you have 1,500 trained professional and paraprofessional who could become a good contribution to disaster management. Now, as I said earlier, I would like to cite the legal basis for your involvement. In the year 2011, the Chief of Disaster Management Agency of Indonesia issued a decree that specify and provide and regulate the role of volunteers. As you see on the screen, volunteers are defined as a person or group of people who have the ability and concern to work voluntarily and sincerely in disaster management. So by this definition, you as students and the schools are qualified to be volunteers. And then in that same regulation, there is a definition of the health sector. It involves trained volunteers in the field of health, both in terms of medical and public health in time of disasters. And the particular tasks that are allocated to volunteers are including the fulfillment of the basic needs that include health services, public health services, and environmental health. Next slide, please. Next. Okay, now let's have a look very quickly at what students as health volunteers. I think the first is that the students who are part of the volunteer core of the Polytechnic is part of a system. We should not envision the students or group of students deploying themselves to disaster areas. I personally discourage that kind of personal engagement. You need to be part of a system, in this case, part of the MOU between the school and the PPBD, so that you can utilize the mix of skills that you have. And to make sure that you have sufficient credentials. That, of course, is appropriate with the years that you're taking. If you're the third semester and you have the skills to clean up wound, for example, or to take temperature, then you will be assigned accordingly. You will not be assigned more than what you learn, right? The appropriate skills and the needs. And also the schools will provide you, ideally, the sufficient protection when you're being deployed. Next. Now, if the school would like to be a center of excellence in the health volunteer core, I believe that you need to have very clear legal basis, as I have provided before, and then a systematic induction and supervision, a sense of community dedication, and then adequate protection and continuous learning process. I will elaborate further in the next slide. Next slide, please. Now, in the larger context, colleagues and students, in the case of Indonesia, the Minister of Health, in his regulation of 2019, also specified what it meant to be health crisis management. And I would like you to identify where you are in this context. In Indonesia, when a situation is deemed to be threatening or there is sufficient hazard threat, the government, either national or local or provincial government, could declare an emergency alert on the left side. When that is being declared, the activities taking place are rapid health assessment, and then the activation of health cluster that was mentioned by your director earlier this morning, and then development of a health operation plan or contingency plan as appropriate. And then if the situation unfolds itself to become a full-blown emergency, then you have a variety of activities taking place. But I would like you to look at the second activity, which is the activation of the health cluster. This is a coordination platform for operation, in which you, as health volunteers and Polytechnic Padang in that matter, will be part of the public health rapid response team. Okay, so you fall under the third category because the emergency response team typically are being deployed from the crisis center in Jakarta, from the capital, and that crisis center personnel at the provincial level, most likely the Dinas Kesehatan. But the volunteer corps will fall under the third category, which is the public health and rapid response team. So by now, I hope I give you sufficient legal basis to define the role and the activity of the health volunteer corps of the Polytechnic Padang. Next slide, please. Now I would like to review very quickly what kind of qualities of student health volunteers. What will it take to make you effective volunteers, but also having it as a rewarding experience? Next slide, please. I believe that as a health volunteer, you need to have some value basis. You need to have some norms and convictions. First, of course, the solidarity and humanitarianism. This is the value that drives you to embark on the dedicated activity in terms of serving others and giving to the community. Number two, the basic principle of, not yet, the basic principle of the helping profession is as you do your activity, you should refrain yourself from creating intentional or unintentional harm. So you have to be always mindful of what your activities will be and how it will affect people you seek to serve. Number three, disaster situations very, very likely and invariably are constrained in terms of facilities, goods, and so on. So you need to be very resourceful. Next, you need to be part of a teamwork. Sorry, can you go back one more? I haven't finished yet. Anyway, never mind. Let's go to this one. The last one is important, which is I would like to speak about diversity. As health professional or young health professional, for that matter, you need to be aware that Indonesia is multicultural, multi-religion, and you need to maintain the dignity of people who are affected by disaster through the way you talk, the way you behave. Next slide, please. So that was the value basis. Now, in terms of competence, what kind of competence that you need to have to be effective volunteers? First, I was talking about dedication. The school will need to build for you the personal motivation and institutional objective why the Polytechnic Padang need to be involved in disaster response. Number two, performance. That you need to be there to perform certain roles. You need to comply to particular rules and that you deliver tasks according to the assignment and to produce results. Number three, that you need to work in a team. You need to navigate the formal and operational environment, that you are not operating freely. The fourth is the self-awareness, for you to be aware of what will be your personal reaction to your situation that you're facing and what are the value dynamics. Okay, when you do triage, when you deliver assistance, how is your personal value interferes in the work. But the most importantly, as Polytechnic Padang is a school and education institution, the core purpose of the volunteer corps is learning, to make sure that you engage in continuous learning and professional growth. If this core competence is not achieved, your engagement and volunteering will be of no use to you and to others. Next. Now I would like to go very quickly on the management considerations for the schools, not for students, for the schools. Next slide, please. One is that I would like to have the teachers and the leaders and management and also the director of the Polytechnic to think through 10 elements that need to be in place. You will have my presentation. You can keep it, hand of meeting and discuss it. First is with regard to the formalities of the volunteer corps. I think you have a memorandum of understanding with the disaster management agency, and that should be sufficient basis to develop the formality framework. Number two, establish the coordination lines, work with BPPD, right? Work with the Dinas Kesehatan, the health office, the disaster management office, and establish the position of the school. Establish the linkages of your school with the Pusat Krisis in Jakarta and other entities. Number four is to provide the skills appropriate to your students before they're being deployed and precisely when there is no disaster. Number five, you need to have a fatigue management mechanisms to make sure that volunteer students are being helped when they are facing crisis and burnout. Number six, you need to establish supervisory structure. As I said, to make sure that none of the students or group of students are operating alone without the guidance of the sound professional or trained personnel. Number six, mechanism for mentoring. Make sure that the young ones are accompanied by the senior ones, that the whole exercise will become part of learning. Number eight is the entitlement. Try to put in place resources. It could be monetary, it could be honorarium, it could be a t-shirt, it could be anything, or even non-financial incentive for students. Number nine, make sure that every after operation or deployment, the student have the opportunity to debrief their stress, their critical incident experience, so they could actually return to the state of force before they're being deployed. And finally, put in place mechanisms in which you, the school, and the students could extract the experience from the deployment of responding to disasters. Identify some recommendations for improvement. Those are the 10 considerations for management of effective health volunteer corps. Next, and the last slide, I suppose. In terms of operation on the ground, I have this 5 considerations that you need to take on board. The first one, make sure that the volunteer corps is prepared. You have the recruitment mechanism, you have the skills matching, capacity strengthening, and deployment arrangement with the officials. Number 2, being there in the field. Number 3, to maintain the performance, to keep the stamina high, to keep them safe, to keep them, the students, to be safe and healthy, so that they will not become part of a problem. Next, during the stand down phase, you need to have stress debriefing, reflection and feedback, and finally, and the follow-up. These are the operational considerations when you plan for deployment. Last slide, please. Finally, I would like to recap and summarize my presentation. Next slide, please. After listening all of that, I conclude with 4 points. Number 1, being the Polytechnic in Padang, being located in one of the highly exposed provinces to disasters in Indonesia, Polytechnic Padang has the potential to leverage the synergy between the high-risk communities of Sumatra Barat and the power of the student health volunteerism. Number 2, disaster management is a field of learning, both in the field during deployment and the classroom. So, Polytechnic Padang could establish a study branch or topic or seminar for disaster management, and I'll be happy to be one of your lecturers if you need me. The third one is that we need to put in place both management and operational considerations to make sure that Health Volunteer Corps of Polytechnic Padang is an effective one. And finally, with those three arguments, I submit that Polytechnic Padang is uniquely positioned and has the advantage to become a center of excellence for Health Volunteer Corps in Indonesia. That's the end of my presentation. Could you close that, please? Could you close the screen, please? So, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow presenters in the panel, those are my submissions that Polytechnic Padang has the potential to become a center of excellence, provided that all the considerations, the basic values, scales, and arrangements are in place. Thank you very much. I'm standing by for the question and answer. Over to you. Mr. Moderator, I return the screen to you. Thank you. I cannot hear the microphone. Am I the only one?
Oh, okay, the first conclusion, we can take the information from the explaining from the Dr. Puji Pujiono. The first is we have a volunteer, a person or a group of people who have ability and concern to work volunteer in the science and disaster management. The second, we have health sector, volunteer trained in the field of the health may support. And the third is the task. We have the health service, such as the public health service management. Next, we have information, the health crisis management, that we have 7 sectors which contribute to emergency response as important that we can join this program. The fourth, the quality of student volunteer. The fifth, we have the competence of building to support our program. The first, we have to dedication, learning expert, performance, and teamwork. And the last one, self-awareness. And the last one, we have managerial consideration, include, engage, embed, sustain, incentive, and practice. That's all. Thank you very much again to Mr. Dr. Pujiono. And the next, we have next speaker, the Honorable Mrs. Professor Farida Muhammad Said, the lecturer at Lincoln University College with the subject title, Setting Up Curriculum, Learning Methods, and Interprofessional Collaboration in Health Education Process to Support Disaster Management. We have the curriculum vitae. Profesor Dr. Farida Muhammad Said, ID card 571 and so on. Address number 16 Jalan Sentosa, 3rd, 1st. Faculty of Nursing, Lincoln University College, Kuala Lumpur. Kemudian next, current appointment, Head and Program Coordinator of Postgraduate PhD Nursing and Health Science Studies, Lincoln University, Kuala Lumpur. Faculty of Nursing, Lincoln University College. Academic qualification, PhD in Discipline, Community Education and Development, Institution, University Putra, Malaysia. Master at Community Health And the third, Advanced Post Basic Certificate, Public Health Nursing from Ministry of Health Malaysia. The fourth, Bachelor Nursing and Nursing Education from University Malaya, UM. 5, Advanced Post Basic Certificate in Midwifery from Ministry of Health Malaysia. And there's one, Certificate or Diploma Basic Nursing from Hospital University. Years experience in teach research, 25 years. Industries experience, so many. One, head of postgraduate nursing study and health science. Second, nursing director, Prince Muhammad bin Abdulaziz Madinah, Kingdom Saudi Arabia. Third, head of nursing program, UPM, for 6 years. Fourth, nursing lecturer, UPM, for 20 years. 5, guest lecturer and examiner, UTM, UIA, MASA, KPG. Research and Model Scholar University, Porto, Portugal. 7, Acting Health Education Officer, Community Health Clinic, DBKL. 8, Public or Community Health Nurse, Health Clinic, DBKL. 9, CCU Nurse, Hospital University, University Malaya. Research activity, so many. Next, number of publication, research publication, proceeding, speaker, and so on.
Yes.
Well,
Thank
ladies
you
and
so much.
gentlemen, now the time we would like to invite the Honorable Mrs. Professor Farida Said. The time is yours.
Thank you so much for the elaborative CV introduction. I'm a very simple person. Can you, everybody can hear me?
Yes, Dr. Farida.
Yes, Prof.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Joe. It seems to be ada jodoh in bahasa Indonesia or bahasa Malaysia. We say jodoh, Dr. Joel. So every time there is a conference, I'm going to meet you, inshallah. Right. Is my slide audible? Yes. Thank you so much. All right, so I was given the topic on the curriculum, learning methods, and interprofessional collaboration in education process to support disaster management. So I'm not going to be focused, but I'll be on the general perspective of curriculum and learning methods. So to start with, we can see that the interprofessional collaboration initiative was started very long time ago, since 1940s in USA, and in 1960s in Canada, Sweden, and Australia in 1970s to 1980s. So the movement towards this interprofessional was influenced by the Institution of Medicine in 2003 and supported by the WHO or World Health Organization in 2010. So if you look at the background of this initiative, in 1973, WHO has won on the teamwork abilities in healthcare system to meet the health need of communities during the disaster. That shows that during that particular time, there is lacking in terms of the teamwork in handling the disaster. So in 1988, interprofessional education, or in disingkatkan is IPE, was identified as an effective strategy to achieve teamwork and enhance patient outcome. All right, so in what is IPE? According to WHO, is when two or more students from a different fields of health sciences are educated at the same time, learning together, from and about each other in order to provide collaborative and patient-centered care in an effective and efficient manner. So based on that, starting from that, the IPE has progressed dramatically and proved as an effective strategy to improve safety and quality of care worldwide. So what is disaster, as mentioned by Dr. Joy and Dr. Puji, everybody is aware that disaster is any event that is above and beyond the capacity that result in losing of material, economic, environmental, or even human. That is beyond the normal. And as usual, it is being categorized in terms of natural disaster on human need. So naturally, when it's happened, it is always on the natural disaster. Natural disaster also has been classified into a different cluster. They have biological natural disaster, like the virus infection disease, as we have just slowly recovering from our, what you call that, biological disaster, our pandemic COVID-19. We also have geophysical natural disaster because of the earthquake and so on. We also have that hydrological disaster, which is related to flood and so on. And we also include the meteorological disaster like storms, tropical cyclone, and so on. And also, in addition, with current situation, we are also experiencing the climatological disaster because we have an extreme temperature. We can see many countries in overseas, in Europe countries, they are experiencing some fire as well as droughts. Okay, man-made disasters are considered to be in three categories. The security related, so this is like we have some biohazards disaster, and we have also industry accident as well as the technology such as the cyber disaster. Okay, let us look at what the current global disaster challenges. The current health challenges are in these categories, including of natural disaster, earthquake, typhoon, and landscape and floods. Whereas we also coming with this emergence and re-emergence of communicable disease and pandemic, as we have just experienced and we are in recovery stage. We also have that challenges of non-communicable disease. We can now we are call that observing there are so many diseases which is not being normal, which has been recognized currently. We also have some challenges on the patient safety and medical errors. So this is the most highlighted challenges that been put in this hospital basis. And based on the current hot topic, now they also have challenges or they call it a disaster when they have a shortage of skilled health professional who is slowly fading away from the medical health system. So that shows that with all those challenges of disaster, they need to establish a center of excellence for disaster management. So in order to have that center of excellence management, so we need to have a concrete or structured education and training activities. Similarly, we need to have interprofessional collaboration. And we also need to have a research and service activities, which currently it is already concurrently in progress. According to the Global Disaster Management Policy, quality healthcare outcome during disaster cannot be met by one specialty or a particular professional group alone. Interprofessional collaboration and teamwork competency is very important in dealing with the complicated healthcare, while it is also in the way of strengthening and enhancing the outcome. This is also related to the Yokohama Strategic Priority Act 3 in 1994, saying that addressing the usage of knowledge, innovation, and education to build a culture of safety and resilience at all levels of healthcare during the disaster. However, IPC or interprofessional collaboration must be learned by the appropriate education methods and a careful planning of curriculum. While the number of disaster management education programs continues to grow, definitely there is also a gap. There are no common standards upon which these programs are based. Why we don't have any standard? Right? Because each of those countries, they have their own different needs. Okay, now let us look at the trends and methods in disaster preparedness education. Disaster risk reduction education and training activities with the purpose of building a culture of resilience and safety through the education. Definitely, education plays a very important in building the safe as well as the resilience healthcare providers. We also want to develop of the resources and guidelines. So we want to develop and we want to train them so that we can have adequate numbers of personnel during the disaster. And most importantly is that they need to have a very good guideline in order they can perform with their competence. All right. So the next purpose is to strengthening the disaster preparedness in education. So as Dr. Puji was mentioning, the preparedness is very important in order to prevent the most catastrophic event. And in number 4 is the incorporation in national school curriculum. So it is important to educate all those young generation to be ready in terms of the disaster. So this is to make sure that they are safe and there's no interruption in their education. And we also want to develop their resilience as well. Developing education program and training at all levels. So we are thinking of this training not only based on those DRR resources or those who are involved with the management of disaster, but we were also thinking of how to develop those volunteers as well as the community when disaster happens. It is very crucial because during the disaster, it's not only the volunteers who are involved, it also involves with the community. And the last purpose is to build and retrofitting the infrastructure so that it can be disaster resilience. Education and training program. Each education and training intervention design varies depend on the calling level. What I mean is that the curriculum, it will be different and varies based on the different categories. So in DDR resources or the human resources, they have a different curriculum. So it must be something to do with during their pre-preparedness in terms of safe and safety as well as patient safety. In schools, they have a different curriculum, communities have a different curriculum, and stakeholders, they have a different curriculums. So what I'm trying to say here is that when you are doing any education and training, make sure that you have to identify which categories are you giving that education and training, because each of these categories, they have the different needs. So what are the structure of these DRR professional curriculum development? So it is very important when we are developing the curriculum. we have to look at what are the needs. So we have to do on the need assessment. As I mentioned earlier on, they have a different categories or different level. So you have to have a need assessment so that the curriculum is fitted to their requirement. And you need to have a very comprehensive planning. All right. What are the planning? What are the things that they are needed? So it must be taken into consideration. The next one is the effective and congruent program delivery. So if you have the need assessment, you have that comprehensive planning, but you do not have a very good delivery system, you will not have that successful program. Reinforcement and aftercare, this is very important to ensure that the objectives are met. And link principle and constituency training. So that means that whenever you do annual training, you make sure that all stakeholders are involved. And it must be using the pedagogy approach, because we are dealing with all those people who are adults. And what we are trying to teach to them is that curriculum must be in terms of empowering approach rather than dogmatic approach. Why we want to have that empowering? Because we want to make sure that everybody has the capability and autonomy of providing the service that is required. Disaster management professional competency in their specific area of work and the competency gap must be integrated into training programs and interprofessional support. Sensitivity to national and subnational autonomy. And it must be recognized on the standards of achievement, as what earlier on Dr. Puji was mentioning. There must be some standards of achievement. They must have some standards of credential in whatever you are providing the education as well as the training. Optimal involves of the stakeholder. This is very important so that there is a congruent of the section on the training as well. Emphasis on the process as much as the outcome and as well as the product. And remember, whenever you create any curriculums, not one size fits all the approach. That means that you have to anticipate for any variation. And most importantly, whenever you do any of these education and training, the competency-based approach is most needed, most applicable. All right. So in order for us to develop this curriculum, they must have some pillars, sebagai pendukung. So number one, curriculum that balance the content with the opportunity to develop the skills required by the sectors and the related industry. So in other words, in Malaysia, we said that you cannot have the curriculum which is short sendiri. That means that it doesn't fit to any of the requirement. Curriculum that are flexible and can easily be updated to reflect the demands of the sector development and the new technologies. So now that is what as mentioned earlier on, it does not fit all. One does not fit all because you need to have some flexibility because of the possibility of changes. Curricula that are built on content relevant to the local context. So for example, if I want to develop any curriculum, it must be based from Malaysian context. As you know that Malaysia is one of the countries with the minimum natural disaster. For meaningful and formal linkage with the other institutions of higher learning, government, and any private sectors, organization, and communities. Remember, we are serving to all these stakeholders, so it must be linking with them. a quality assurance framework in alignment with the accreditation framework identified by the Ministry of Health or Ministry of Education. So it must be a credential curriculum so that it can be acknowledged by the WHO organization. And finally, must have some evaluation. Evaluation here is meant to that we're going to evaluate whether the objective or the purpose or the mode or the methods of delivering is accepted and significant. And this first essential dimension of DRR program learning outcome must be considered when we do our curriculum. So first of all, the program learning outcome should be able to provide this, whoever the students or the learners, the understanding of the mechanism of disaster. And secondly, they must be able to make sure that their curriculum is becoming safety-wise. So we want to make sure that who is involved in the disaster management is also safe, all right? Understanding the risk drivers and how hazard can become. So this is more of the preventive aspect. Building community risk reduction capacity, what will be their problem solving when they have this disaster, and building on the culture of safety and resilience. So this is very important when we have to make sure that at the end of the program, they should be able to provide all the services and ensure there is a safety, not only on the patient, but also by the healthcare workers who are involved in this management. And if they also have to know that how to bounce back, that means they should be able to come up from all those difficulties. The foundation aspect of DRR curriculum development also must include the importance of the collaborative partnership. Remember, during disaster, it's not only from the medical health team, we involve with all those different teams. And they have to make sure that this collaborative is more organized and more consistent. Okay. Creating a communities of interest. So when you have that collaborative, but when you don't have any common interest, is also you're going to have another issues and you're going to have problems. You cannot solve the problem. Consensus building and consultation. And of course, whatever you do, you must have some baseline studies, that means some evidence that shows that that is applicable and it is significant. You must have some curriculum reviewers as well, and you need to have a developmental roadmap as well. So what are the potential new model of interprofessional education? Focus on the training for collaboration. So whenever you have any curriculum, please to include any from the interprofessional group. Unprofessional learning is the academic setting is used to prepare the participant for collaboration in clinical setting. In other words, is that you can invite anybody who are not in the professional interprofessional group to join the curriculum as well. The focus for the training is on social capital, rhetoric, perception, checking, conflict resolution, and building relationships. So this is where you have to be on the mixed method or mixed approach in curriculum development. So the key approach to DDR curriculum integration, that means you have to infuse into subjects, but while you are infusing into the subject, you have to make sure that it is interconnected. All right. So because remember, we are working with others, so we have to make sure that it is interconnected so that everybody is understanding their roles and responsibility. And lastly is that interdisciplinary provision. So in order to have that they have a different approach. They have approach one where they say concurrent coordinated program deliveries. Secondly is that multidisciplinary program. And thirdly is that dedicated interdisciplinary program. So each of them, they have a different approach. And lastly is that interdisciplinary cross-curricular, blending DRL learning. Okay. Okay, why I said about the this is related to my previous slides. I said we have to make sure that it is open, because remember, when disaster occurs, it is where we need to have all different support. Hybrid disaster education and activities. So if you look at this from this context, for example, American scholars focus on the post-disaster public health research, whereas in China, they focus on the disaster nursing and disaster management. In Japan, they are more focusing on the disaster prevention and reduction. For Italy, they are more focusing on disaster medicine and disaster risk management. And when this from Australia, they are looking at the research hotspot, as well as where are the prone area of the disaster, right? So the hybrid reveals that relationship between major natural disaster event and the countries. That means that each of those countries, they have their own focus. So that is the reason why there's no fix on this curriculum development, but it must follow that certain standard, as I mentioned earlier on. Process and mode of education. As we know that the mode of education activities involves with all those publications, because from the publication we learn and we share with all other people throughout the world. And through international conferences, we also pick up some of those relevant information. We learn from others, we improve based on our networking. Research and implementation project. So this is what I would like to highlight, because there are so many research have been done, but at the end there is limitation of the project implementation. So we have to focus more on this evidence-based implementation project, right? And we also have to improve on our educational program based on the national program as well. What are the teaching and learning modes? So even though clinical setting provide the best stage of practicing collaboration, however, there is some limitation as well. The new trend is that competency of education activities should be done via mock drills. So now the mock drill is the most effective way of how to improve on the competency as well as the skill. Organizing tours and campaigns should be part of the curriculum so that they know how it is the real situation. The aspect of to be enhanced through the curriculum, role of community and geospatial application. That means that everybody has to know what is the geographical basis of that learning mode. A new mode of IPC that can lead to major changes with the RCT, random control trial, evident that is in progress. Enhanced learning were clinically relevant collaboration process and transferring context to context condensation. That means that you need to have to ensure that you have the context, you must have the content, it must be concurrent and correlated. Another learning mode are the modular approach. So now all those training programs, they are moving from face-to-face or online with this modular approach, multidisciplinary disaster training program, case or scenario-based and utilization. And now it is quite famous. They are using the computer-assisted learning methodology with the several software programs available to provide an e-learning opportunity for the student as well as the instructors. The mixed mode method, both theory and practice, is improving the knowledge and skill in disaster responses. And lastly, as I mentioned earlier on, we have to have this evidence-based approach. So whenever you are doing something, it must be based on the evidence so that it can be significantly improved from before. Okay, now I just share you a bit of disaster training in Malaysia. You know that Malaysia is the less prone to major disaster. Besides that, we have the risk of flood, landslide, and mudslide. And in Malaysia, they are like any other, even in, we are almost similar with Indonesia. It is managed by an institution by the name of National Disaster Management, NEDMA, under the directive of 20 of National Security Council that act as the focal point of managing disaster that has 3 levels of disaster management at the district level, state level, and national. So in other words, I'm not going to read all. So this because this is almost the same in all different countries. So based on the framework and policy process and procedure related to disaster management need to always be improved, the communicated among all the related parties that involved with the disaster management and relief committee. All right. So I would like to share what are the disaster training pathway in Malaysia. So we have in 2 different categories. We have from the academic, and we also have from the non-academic. So from the academic, it comes from the Ministry of Health institution. So they are the one who provide the training, and the second provider is from the higher education, like all the universities or any institution that provide medical and healthcare courses. Whereas in non-academic, they are more on the clinical service like crisis and disaster management. They have the TopCom and the outbreak disease. So this is all the from the non-academic. They are more on this, even though they are from not from the academic, but they are the credential program. So this is the disaster training in Malaysia. We have 4 levels. So in nursing program, basic nursing program, I think it is inclusive, is overall almost the same in any other countries. So it is provided by the training institution, the Ministry of Health and other institutions, where they have in medical and health sciences as well in nursing. And in advanced diploma, which is we have program in training institution, Ministry of Health, we have emergency care, we have orthopedic care, and we also have the primary health care, and we also have this forensic care. This advanced diploma is only for 6 months, right? And we also have the first degree or bachelor program for emergency medical science offered by University Kebangsaan Malaysia. And we also have that medical and health sciences under OUM and UNIZA. And the higher level of this education is by the master and doctorate program by UKM, and also collaboration with Southeast Asia Disaster Preventive Research Initiative. So we also have disaster risk management by UTM, and we also have the emergency response and planning for the UPM. So I would also like to highlight that because my institution, Lincoln, is planning to have this advanced diploma program for 6 months, 3 to 6 months, and we would like to have some collaboration with this institution. So mode of training, it is a full-time or the part-time, so we have a different duration. It can be research mode, it can be coursework, and it is 2 way of training as well. You can have face-to-face as well from distant learning. And you have all those assignment, presentation, group discussion, project paper, and research project as the models of the delivery. And we also have this lab-based simulation. We have a tabletop exercise in the classroom. We also have the field exercise. And it is so involved with the interagency collaboration, which is involved with the interprofessional collaboration. So we call them as the interagency because different agencies will be involved. So this is some of the basic layout of the program. This is the NETMA under the Kementerian Kesihatan Malaysia or MOH. All right. So in summary, as what been mentioned by Dr. Puji, we always have to be prepared. A structured curriculum and interprofessional education preparedness and mitigation program is bound to yield more effective management than distributing relief after a disaster. Create a culture of preparedness and prevention as well as resilience. It is very, very important. Evidence-based module program and digital application is in the current mode. It involves a code of conduct for all stakeholders for more commitment for effective and efficient deliveries. All right. So this is from famous Benjamin Franklin. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. With that, terima kasih, thank you, and that hope to be meet again. Thank you. Saya mau akhiri dengan pantun because I think I was in Jogja last few days. Everybody berpantun. Can I berpantun? All right. So pisang emas atas. So pisang emas atas peti. Jangan lupa jemput saya lagi. Thank you so much.
Yeah, amazing, Professor. Thank you very much.
Okay.
If the participation, a question, and we would like to answer by the speaker. The first, from the participation to Mr. Dr. Puji in Bahasa. Seberapa jauh kewenangan mahasiswa sebagai volunteer dalam memberikan pertolongan kesehatan saat bencana dan bagaimana penerimaan sektor terkait? Ada kekhawatiran mahasiswa tidak dimanfaatkan malah ditolak. Akan ditemukan masalah koordinasi. Siapa yang mengkoordinir mahasiswa kita di lapangan dan bagaimana perlindungan keselamatan mahasiswa di lapangan. Demikian pertanyaan pertama untuk Dr. Puji. Kami mohon Pak Dr. Puji untuk menjawabnya. Halo, Mr. Dr. Puji Pujiono. Can you hear me, Mr. Dr. Puji? Are you still there? Hello? Hello? Hello, Dr. Puji? Okay. Another question, please, from the participant. Okay. Would you like to come in front of us? From alumni.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Hello, Prof. I'm Mardatila, the alumni of Health Ministry, Polytechnic of Padang. I have a question for you, and so the question is, In disaster management, I interest with Malaysia scenario, which is they have 3 levels of disaster management. As you said that Malaysia is a country less prone to major disasters despite vulnerable to risks such as flooding, landslide. But in Indonesia, especially West Sumatra, is prone to major disasters such as earthquakes. So, what do you think if Malaysia scenario with 3 levels can be implemented in Indonesia? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and congratulations for being brave enough to come up for a question. All right, so you are asking me about the 3 level of coordination. And now let me explain to you the difference between the flood in Malaysia and the flood in Indonesia. So if we look at the flood in Indonesia compared to the flood in Malaysia, our flood, even though it is flood, but the catastrophic or the condition, the worst condition is not as bad as in Indonesia. I think because of our geographical background. So normally those days from earlier on, when we have flood, we have many we call that death. But currently it has been improved because they have improved in terms of the early warning sign. So for that 3 categories, now go back to your question about the 3 different aspects of management. As mentioned by Dr. Puji, the system is about the same. So we have the management, disaster management from the district level or the state level. Then the second management is go to the state. And finally, we will go to the federal. I think the system is well organized by the disaster management collaborators. So that is what I can see from them. I think Dr. Fuji is back. So if you look at from the perspective, as you mentioned earlier on, you have that 3 levels of the disaster management. It is about from the district, then it goes to the states, then it goes to the higher level that is under Ministry of Health, and it is by the what do you call that, the Kementerian who is involved with the distributions of the distribution of the relief of this disaster. So is it the same as what we have in Malaysia? Can I share, for example?
Okay. What about Ms. Farid Mardatila? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Professor Farida. The next question to Dr. Puji in Bahasa Indonesia. Okay. I'm sorry. Pertanyaan untuk Dr. Puji, seberapa jauh kewenangan mahasiswa sebagai volunteer dalam memberikan pertolongan kesehatan saat bencana? Dan bagaimana penerimaan sektor terkait? Ada kekhawatiran mahasiswa tidak dimanfaatkan malah ditolak. Akan ditemukan masalah dan koordinasi. Siapa yang mengkoordinir mahasiswa kita di lapangan dan bagaimana perlindungan kesehatan mahasiswa di lapangan? Demikian, Dr. Puji, kami silakan.
Thank you. Right, the question is very, very pertinent, Professor Farida, Akub, and colleagues. The question is, what would be the capacity that could be applied by student volunteers in the onset of disasters? The apprehension is that they might not be utilized for appropriate purposes or even being rejected by the disaster management operation. My answer would be 3. Number 1, at the very core of volunteerism, and particularly with school volunteers, you need to be assigned in accordance to the skill level that you acquire at school. As I said earlier, if you are on the 3rd semester of your school and your skill is just dressing the wound or purifying waters only, you will only do that part. You should not be expected to handle life-threatening situations, okay? Because that will not be good for you. That will be detrimental to the community that are affected already by disasters. So answer number 1, appropriate assignment to volunteers, and that's the responsibility of the school. Number 2, the school will have to engage you as part of the school operation. You cannot go to the disaster situation as yourself or as a group of students. That will be irresponsible. You will only create more trouble on the ground. Okay? Number 3, when volunteers are being deployed on the ground, you must be on the very sound legal basis. You must be institutionally acknowledged by the local disaster management agency that you will be resting on the decree of the Minister of Health. Professor Farida, I used to be helping PKN, Badan Keselamatan Negara, in Malaysia, to design the disaster management system in Malaysia. And in Malaysia, similar to Indonesia and the Philippines, when disaster happens, the authority will draw a line for the responders in the middle, like the first ring. Outside of that, there are the semi-professionals, and the outside will be the community at large. So volunteer health workers, like from the School of Polytechnic, will not be allowed to enter the center of the disaster management operation. You will be staying outside. You will be an auxiliary to the health services of the Ministry of Health. Okay? That way, you will not be engaged in a situation that will be detrimental to you. Now, I said earlier, the school, in this case Polytechnic Padang, will have to make up its mind whether to form a volunteer corps or not. If the answer is yes, then the school must put in place supervision for the volunteers, okay, as well as the protection. So if the student volunteer gets injured on the ground, do you have the mechanism to help them? Do you have the funding to cover their treatment? And so we have to think through that. So volunteerism is very good, but if we don't do it carefully, it will be harmful to many people. That's my answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Puji. Well, ladies and gentlemen, do you have any question?
Maybe I could add to Dr. Puji. I
Yeah.
think for those people who are not fully skilled, not a very skillful, or because you have many volunteers, like for Malaysia, those who are fully skillful, then only it must be registered with the because we will not simply take anybody as the volunteers. It must be registered because as we mentioned earlier on, we don't want to create a scenario, another scenario or the havoc in that particular area. So, but I would like to recommend now another way of volunteerism through the providing the support in terms of the mental health. I remember when I was involved with the tsunamis volunteerism in Kedah, in Malaysia, when we were affected by tsunami also. So we gather all those our students to go to Kedah not in the center of that, but we go to all those among the children who are being traumatized. So now it is how we're going to develop another, what we call that, the education and activities in overcoming this, the mental health among those people who are traumatized during the disaster. In that way, we can maximize them. But as what you said, whoever will be the volunteers, it must be registered. So in Malaysia, normally all those medical team those will be the volunteers, and all the students will be more on that social support as volunteers only.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Farida. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on all of participation, if you don't have any question, let's take the end of the first section. Two speakers from Mr. Dr. Pujiono and Mrs. Professor Farida from Malaysia. We'd like to thank you very much for your contribution, and we hope all of us in this class can do everything in this class today. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you so much to our moderator and also to our speakers. And as a thank you from the committee, we will send the certificate of appreciation. So here it is, the certificate. This is the certificate of appreciation to our speaker, Bapak Dr. Puji Pujiono. And also next, the certificate of appreciation to Professor Faridah Muhammad Said. Okay, thank you so much. And also to our moderator, we will also give the certificate of appreciation to Mr. Dr. Sutra Alhamda. Thank you so much. Let's give applause again to our speaker. Thank you, Professor Dr. Farida and also Dr. Puji Pujiono. And ladies and gentlemen, let's come to the next panel presentation, our second panel presentation with the speaker from Philippines, Dr. Joel Rayu Ekap, and also from Singapore, Carol Chen. And it will be led by our moderator, Rati Purnamasari, MCAP, and this is the curriculum vitae of Rati Purnamasari. We can see that. Okay, here it is. Okay, from Poltekkes Kemenkes Padang. She is a lecturer from the midwifery kebidanan. Okay, ada yang dari kebidanan di sini? Oh, tidak ada. Mungkin dosennya juga ada kebidanan. Nah, ini adalah salah satu dosen muda kita dari kebidanan dan menyelesaikan diploma D3 midwifery in Bengkulu and also magister in Semarang. And now she is the lecturer in Health Ministry Polytechnic of Padang. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator for the second panel presentation, Ms. Rati Purnamasari. The time is yours. Please give applause to her.
Thank you, Ms. Revi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let's visit the Mentawai Island on our happy holiday. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you all have a great day. First of all, let me say a big thanks to the committee for having to our speakers and everyone who attending today. All attendees, please keep silent during this presentation. And also for online attendees, please keep your microphone still mute during the presentation. Definitely, we also want to hear from you in Q&A session. But you may submit your question at any time during the session. Please write down your question in the chat box. Okay, as we know, we are facing the high risk of natural disaster. And one of impact can be happen is health crisis situation. In facing health crisis situation, we need the resilience health worker and management. So today's conference, as a policymaker, a researcher, a lecturer, health worker, and also health student, we will get a closer look into the role of health education in preparedness research health task force for disaster. In this session, we have two topics. The first topic is building healthcare resilience to prevent adverse impacts of disaster by Dr. Joel Ray Yu et al. Maganda umaga, Dr. Joel.
Good morning. Magandang umaga.
Okay. Dr. Joel, is it correct how I pronounce your name, right?
Correct.
And the second one is the need for backup health worker for various forms of disaster events by Miss Carol Chen. Good morning, Miss Chen. Could you hear me, please? Could you hear me, Miss Chen? Good morning, Miss Chen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to brief an introduction to our speakers. And the first, Dr. Joel Ray Yu et al. He is a college secretary of College University, College of Nursing, Visayas State University. He graduated with a doctor in nursing science, and he is an expert in nursing education, management, elderly care, gerontology, research, and also caring science and health. He was a nurse practitioner and approximately the last 10 years as faculty member, and he has an interest in research and publishing. He contributes as an editor of some journals, and he also has published many articles and collaborated with many international researchers from 2015 until now. Maybe someday we can collaborate, Mr. Joel. And the second one is Miss Carol Chen. Miss Carol Chen. Okay. I know you are looking forward to hear to him. Before the presentation begins, let me tell you how the session will run. Firstly, the speaker will present the material about 30 minutes, and after that, we continue with the second one, presenter, and also following that, we will have a Q&A session for approximately 15 minutes, and finally session will be ended by a conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Joel Ray Yu et al. Please, Dr. Joel.
Terima kasih, and good morning to all the participants, both online and physically present in the Santik Hotel, I think, in Padang. So I bring greetings from the Philippines, and allow me to share my presentation. This is a very brief presentation about resilient healthcare through nursing education. I hope you can see my screen right now. Okay, so the emphasis for this discussion revolves on the three major objectives. First is to know the role of health education in disaster preparedness and the relationship of health education to the mandate of the Sustainable Development Goal 2030, and what are the strategies in building disaster resilient education. So me, I am talking at the perspective of an educator in the academe. And so we would like to give interventions on how we can prevent disaster through instruction. Allow me to share to you this picture. Dr. Farida mentioned about preparedness, about disaster risk, and volunteerism is actually the meat of the discussion of Dr. Puji. And so I would like to summarize that regardless if how good we are in terms of curriculum development, and no matter how we campaign to increase the number of volunteers in order to address or prepare disaster, but if we are not open to these changes, then nothing will happen. I would like to give you the idea that the books that we are reading, the minds that we have right now, and the umbrellas that we use during disaster or due to heavy rainfall only work when they are open. That analogy would explain us that if we will not embrace openness and we will not cooperate with the different agencies whose mandate is really to prevent and mitigate and to decrease the harm brought about by disaster of any kind, then nothing will happen. And so allow me to work on this paradigm, and the very intention of our discussion is on how to prepare a resilient healthcare through education. We have a lot of strategies on how we combat disaster. Dr. Farida mentioned it could be man-made or natural. It could be, after effects of COVID-19 is a disaster in education. The increase of accessibility to technology, and sometimes when we do not properly use the technology, or when there is unethically conduct of utilizing technology, then that becomes disaster as well. In the global perspective right now, this is not only the problem of the Philippines or in Asia, but also in the world. We have dearth in terms of the human healthcare resources. That's why other countries are resulting into the use of robots or robotics in order to expedite or to have an ease facility of care. But we know a cultural aspect of doing care. Sometimes we are into a face-to-face or at least a human-to-human interaction. That's what one of the important feature of doing extra care. And so for us to have a resilient healthcare in the future, we have to utilize education and the concepts of health in order to address this problem. And one of our areas that we have to consider this time is knowing what is the demand of the current education. We mentioned about Industry 4.0, the education in the 21st era. What are the opportunities right now that we are confronting with? And Dr. Farida mentioned about curriculum that has to be tailored fit according to the need of these changing times. And also, we will not forget that our sustainable development goal is mandating us for healthcare. At least we have SDG number 3, which is good health and well-being, and SDG number 4, which is quality education, as our intervention towards a resilient and more disaster-proof healthcare. So This is non-negotiable. In the 21st era education, the students or the learners are bound to utilize their critical thinking and to be innovative in a way that they become adaptive to the changing needs of time. Another language for the century education is for our students to know how to network and to collaborate not only within their local or within their community, so much so with the people outside of even outside of their comfort area. That's why the previous two speakers mentioned about networking and talking of the importance of utilizing education as our strategy to combat disaster. And what is most important is the manner of how we communicate our intention to the global perspective or to the global arena. In terms of the opportunities, I've already mentioned to you earlier that we are bound to include in our curriculum or in our teaching SDG number 3, which is focusing on the well-being of our client, not only the patients at the bedside or in the hospital, but even to clients in our community. It is important that our approach would be proactive in nature, and that is to ensure better degree of preparedness and promotion to our students. Although it is a fact that we need to campaign to increase the number of volunteers or the number of health workers. However, the higher education institution, or we in the academe, we as educators, are in the best position to inflict this kind of spirit of volunteerism. Imagine how many students attending your classes or our classes in a day, say for example, a maximum of 30 or 40 in a class, and these young people are a representative of their own families. So you have 30 or 40 numbers of families that you are reaching out and try to educate through inflicting knowledge of promotion and prevention against disaster in our day-to-day academic interaction. So at least when our students move out from our classes, they bring with them the idea of promotion and prevention or degrees of how they could be of help, especially when disasters come in unpredictable manner. Right now that we are on the last quarter of the year, and it is very common in the Philippines right now, just a few days we experienced, typhoon. It's a heavy rain and mudslide, and I'm afraid I cannot deliver to you the material because of the poor connectivity. But thank you for the cooperation. The connectivity has resumed, and our source of power also was reestablished. So again, the disaster is non-negotiable, but we do not wait for that disaster to happen and to lay out our plans or perform our interventions. The mere fact that we always incorporate the value of good health and well-being to our instruction, to our syllabus, to our day-to-day interaction with our students are a better opportunities to preventing further disaster of any kind to happen. The HEI, or Higher Education Institution, is also mandated for equality education. And when do we know when we have obtained equality education? That is when, example, during disaster, there is a decreased number or a total zero casualty from the families or from the communities that we have. that is a very good indicator and a good management as well as as a leader of that particular locale, that we were able to give, impart quality education at that to our students. Another opportunities that we need to know before we come up with a good plan is the global health issues. I've mentioned that the COVID-19 pandemic, it is not a disaster, a natural disaster, a man-made at that. It is not, but it is something that really tested our strength as a global community. Imagine that everything has been paralyzed because of the pandemic effects. The COVID-19 taught us on how to be more resilient, more adaptive, and at the same time innovate or create a lot of pathways which perhaps were impossible at the past, but now we realize it's highly doable, and that because of pandemic giving us the right opportunity to move and to be adaptive to the changing needs of our time, as I've said. The learning skills in the 21st century era only mentioned about four, that is communication, collaboration, being innovative. But in the latest study findings that we published just this month, we identified 5 C's as our reflective learning attitude, and our respondents were the Philippines nursing students. Importantly, we have communication and collaboration. However, this study mentioned additional important ingredient to become a globally resilient healthcare provider or globally resilient education in giving instruction to nursing. The third one is the commitment. So aside from the communication, which is very important, the collaboration is networking. We need to access, we need to collaborate, we need to partner with other like workers. Not only in the Philippines, but in the care as expression of nursing should be expressed in varied ways. This is one of our experiences when during COVID-19, it's very hard to deliver instruction. And so other students don't have opportunity to access to internet. So what happened is the teacher really has to reach out by calling personally the students or understanding more of our students why they cannot send the requirements on time because they don't have the access really. So that's expression of nursing. We care. And the change here refers to our adaptability towards the needs of time. Gone are the days that we deliver classes on a conventional manner. Now we have proven that we can still deliver education through blended learning or in flexible learning or in virtual environment. Just like right now, we are doing webinars across borders. So these changes are telling us that everything is possible and that the world is so little for us not to communicate. Health, according to the World Health Organization, its definition is a complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. That is still the definition of the WHO. And we see that when we do assessment or when we perform developments towards the improvement of health or healthcare, we have to see that in a holistic approach, meaning we not only uh, identify the physical needs of our client, more so the emotion or the social aspect, in order to approach the patient or the person in a holistic manner. Health is and education are the two most important sectors that will determine the country's development. That's the definition of one of the researches that I have read, encountered like last 2 weeks ago when I prepared the material. The health and education are indicators if the particular country is a developed country or is a developing country or is an advanced country at that. So we now try to see what is the status of health of our people across lifespan, from the very young to the very old, to the vulnerable population, to people of reproductive age. We try to see if what is the rate of mortality or morbidity in our given locale. And they believe that education is one of the interventions to address health. And if we know that a particular country has a low, should we say, literacy in terms of, education, then the logic would suggest most likely that that particular country is a developing country. And so it is part of our role as educators, no matter how we publish a lot of works, but what is important is the people able to benefit the the output of our paper. Meaning, if we're able to the finding or paper into some so what are the roles of education in health? Hello, can you still hear me? Can you still hear me? Okay, that's the role of development. It is something about the role of or the livelihood perhaps of our people in the community. Okay, poverty alleviation. The role of education is to ensure that people, after they graduate or after they have a good education, will have a good job in order to feed their family or those people who are depending on themselves. So that's poverty alleviation. Others will migrate, will go out for like maybe outside of the countries or work overseas because opportunities are better. That's what they say. So again, because of good education, it alleviates a human suffering or poverty. It also increases productivity, and the human capital is also enhanced. So employers are looking into well-educated or advancedly educated individuals to run their institutions or their business. And another role of education is to empower people to do more and to do better. So the elements of health education. So these are also researchable areas. Now, since I am into research, these are some of the topics that we can consider in doing advanced research in order to have a resilient education in the future. First, we can focus on the personal health and life skills, meaning what are the acquired skills and still undocumented skills by our community or to the people living in the village that is beneficial, that can be duplicated to some other parts of the globe, proving that the particular skills help them to be receptive and adaptive towards the changes. Another is healthy school environment and nutrition. I know that in disaster, it's not only, behavioral in nature that we have a evacuation site. We also identify those linking agencies that we can work in order to increase the rate of survival. But in disaster, nutrition is also a crucial component for these refugees or for those people in the evacuation center. Another is disease control and prevention. We know that when we are residing or populating in a huge space where people, regardless of culture, are stuck temporarily because of disaster or after typhoon, there comes a possibility of contamination, or should I say communicable diseases at that they may encounter because vulnerable individuals are also immunocompromised or has loss or decrease of immunity. And so therefore, one of the major indicators, or at least a component to develop when we develop plan, is how do we contain or how do we mitigate this disease control measures, okay, that has to be addressed early on the planning phase. And the school and community partnership in disaster or in the conduct of developing curriculum for disaster, it's not only the role of the higher education. Education is not simply the role of institutions, academic institutions, more so the role of community and other interested parties in order to come up with a holistic approach, a bigger picture of what has to be done or what needs to be accomplished to better prepare for a particular disaster to happen. So resilient education, I would like to use the word Padang in developing a resilient education. One is a resilient education should be problem-oriented. I should say that we need to embrace the reality that disaster is non-negotiable, and we have something in common. The Philippines also is commonly visited by typhoon across the year. And so if that is non-negotiable, that is a problem, and we cannot avoid that, we should embrace that openly, that all our plans should be based on facts or should be based on the experiences of our community. So first, when we develop a nursing education or a resilient healthcare in the future, we should focus on this opportunity, and these problems should be entertained with positivity. Another is to assess. Assessment here refers to our resources, both the human resources or the human capital and the equipment or the facilities that we have. Assessment here is appreciation of what we have, since we're thinking of globally competitive or globalization, but how can then be if we don't have this high-end technology? We still can be at par with other advanced countries by maximizing resources that we have. We call it glocalization. We go global, but we are utilizing local resources. And that's the first step after problem identification, is assessing our strength and our weakness that can be converted into something, into possible or positive energy. Another is delegate. Leaders and managers must know how to delegate the task and when to delegate and when not to delegate. When we delegate the task, we are only delegating the work to be done, but the accountability is still under the dominion of whoever is delegating the task. So as a leader or manager, as a example, a political leader or as an administrator, we have to delegate. We have to know the skills of delegating things that can be done by other people on our behalf, but it's a respondeat superior. It is still the work, or it's still the accountability of the administrator or a leader, whatever the output be. Another is appreciation. No, we appreciate people. We appreciate the people in the grassroots. Because of their experience, we can develop a more resilient plan so that when disaster strikes the next time, so at least we did something, and that is based from the experiences of these people. Sometimes we call it the evidence-based practice in nursing education. So that's appreciation. Network is accessibility and should I say collaboration. Right now, we're doing a collaborative effort. This is a way to enlarge our network and to augment our knowledge, when it comes to addressing disaster. That's networking. And guide. When you say guide, this refers to our constant monitoring and coaching of our respective communities. In the university where I am in, we are mandated to deliver four-fold obligations. One, aside from the instruction, we're going to conduct research. We're going to perform community extension. We need to adapt communities, and we also are going to produce, innovations or technology transfer for technology transfer. So in my experience as a community extensionist, we conduct community, we adopt communities, especially those vulnerable communities. We guide them for 3 to 5 years, and we make sure that before we leave them, they can stand by their own. So that's the effort. That's the idea of leading. We make sure that after we leave, after we detach our attachment, these people are able to stand by their own. They can work. Resilient education, monitoring and coaching through unquestionable guidance is a critical role of higher education institutions. Okay, I think that's the last slide I've got. Thank you so much for your time.
Jen? Okay. Before the presentations begin, I will read the brief introduction of yours.
Hello. Hello. Yes, good morning. Yes, good morning, madam. All right. Okay, this is Carol. May I know whether everyone can hear me
Yes.
clearly?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Shall I start?
Before you start, I will introduce yourself.
Thank you.
Miss Carol Chan. She is a director of Oxley Management Consultant. She graduated Bachelor of Science in Light Source from Fudan University in 1993, and she has many accomplishments from 1999 until now. And the last one, maybe, she won Tenders Award by Singapore Healthcare clusters for healthcare recruitment projects in Singapore and Southeast Asia. I know you are looking forward to hear her presentation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome please welcome Miss Carol Chan. Okay, Miss Carol Chan, please go ahead.
Thank you very much for the introduction. All right, okay. I guess I am the only person without professional healthcare background. So basically, I studied physics during my university time. So it's also by chance. Then, in fact, I joined a headhunting company in Singapore. Okay, so from the last 23 years, okay, I have been working in this recruitment arena, and most of my focus actually is all about healthcare. So we work with different companies and even government organizations, okay, to work on the manpower projects, okay, with medical team, allied health, and mainly nursing too. So because of this, okay, I am very honored to have the chances and opportunities given from all these projects to be able to have an insight of the, how the healthcare providers, the structure, and of course, the emergency response, especially during the disaster. So, yeah. So this is basically my superficial understanding, okay, in terms of the healthcare response in a professional way. All right. Okay, let me share my slides. Just a short moment. Okay, as mentioned, we are the recruitment firm which actually support healthcare service providers in Singapore to cater for different needs, especially during difficult times. I think in the past 3 years we have been, in a high demand in terms of response to cater for the needs of COVID-19 situation. Okay, so Oxley Management actually established about almost reaching to 7 years old, so relatively young, but all our effort, I would say 90% of time and effort have been contributed to healthcare sectors. Okay, so although we are not a frontliner in healthcare, but we are more like a supporting role. Okay, so basically we work with teams from Malaysia, Taiwan, South Korea, Australia, and of course, nearby neighboring country, Malaysia, Philippines. So for the past, almost 7 years. So from there, we actually have the opportunity to understand, the different structures from different countries. But all in all, basically, the standard codes of emergency response among Southeast Asia is indeed very much similar. All right. Okay. So because we are not, how should I say, a professional in healthcare. So for us, okay, especially civilian in Singapore, our government actually spend lots of effort to educate all the citizens to understand what is disaster. Because in Singapore, basically, most of us are very complacent, I should say, because we have a very safe environment and we don't have, any experience in terms of a natural disaster like earthquake, tsunami. So the reality check is just not there. So the government spent lots of effort to wake all of us up to understand disaster is actually near us and it can happen and it will happen, just a matter of time. So we have to be prepared for serious disruption that disaster will bring to all of us. Okay, so in terms of type of disasters, it will be natural disasters and human-induced disasters. All right, and for the level of disasters, usually it is categorized for 4 levels. So I should say the current pandemic is already reached the level 4. International, which countries, okay, within Asia and even globally work together to fight the pandemic. We can see countries helping each other in terms of providing vaccine and, of course, advices from WHO to make sure every country has the ability to fight this pandemic. Okay, so the impact of disaster basically can be short-term, also can be long-term. So it really depends. So currently that one is already lasted for almost coming to 3 years. And although I would say all countries are opening up and Singapore has opened up our border since last April and traveling is getting back to the track, and we see more flights going to the Philippines, going to Malaysia, Indonesia, of course, Vietnam, Thailand. So it looks like life is getting back to the track. However, we are still within the pandemic. So then how to prepare for the disaster. So the preparedness is indeed important, although most of the population here in Singapore, we don't have the concept of disaster. Then the government actually introduced disaster medicine to deal with public health management in terms of disasters. So for disaster medicine basically is with proper information and the training, the medical staff equipped with relevant skills and knowledge. And apparently from the survey, it actually stated, the healthcare workforce, okay, feels more, how should I say, feels more need to be trained in terms of disaster management rather than non-healthcare workforce, because I guess that's because of they are better informed and with more knowledge and with updated information and data. However, for normal civilian, we are kind of like, I would say not a little bit, actually very much ignorant in this disaster kind of concept. And disaster, how to manage, we need education and training in health management of disasters. So our government also actually provided the public okay, with the proper training. Of course, the training to non-healthcare workforce and the training to healthcare workforce are very much different focus. So in terms of preparedness, in terms of the alternative backup workforce to cater for the needs of disaster management, okay, I guess globally, every country, the government is aware and has a plan to deal with it. So because as a civilian here in Singapore, we participated quite a number of events, okay, for disaster preparation, and almost weekly, our Ministry of Manpower actually send us the, how should I say, send us the awareness, send us the education information for us to share with our work staff, with our workforce within the company. So the ultimate goal is to make sure, okay, at the national level, okay, we have a preparedness, we have awareness, at the same time, we have backup workforce to support the disaster management, to actually support the limited medical force, healthcare workforce we have during the disaster period. So as a human resource company, I would say, although we are not fighting in the front line, okay, however, we can somehow support the medical service authority. So in fact, we participated, some of the recruitment efforts way back in 2003. Okay, that time was SARS period, and in fact, our hospital, Tan Tock Seng Hospital, located in downtown. Okay, the emergency department has become the front line to cater the needs for SARS screening. So Tan Tock Seng Hospital also managed the CDC at that time in Singapore. Okay, so Tan Tock Seng is basically a SARS hospital at that moment. So we actually supported Tan Tock Seng, we supported Singapore General Hospital to provide short-term workforce for health screening. Health screening as in temperature taken, especially for temperature taken, then declaration of the past 14 days, the traveling history, in order to make sure, okay, all the visitors to the hospital premises, they are safe to the patients inside the hospital. So that was the demand. The healthcare front line will need, recruitment companies to support. And then during the past 3 years, for the COVID period, in fact, even during the 2 months lockdown in Singapore, we were not free. We were still working because although the border has been closed, but there were healthcare professionals joining Singapore to, as usual, but of course, with more strict screening process. Of course, we also provide 14 days quarantine upon their arrival. So the processes, okay, have been, more complicated and more sophisticated. So this is, how should I say, as a civilian, as a non-healthcare provider, okay, that's the effort we can contribute to the society and to make sure, our health workforce can still be effective. They can still work at their very best, and they know there are people like us to support them behind. So as a united one nation, everyone has a role to play during the disaster. So I would say, yes, both SARS and COVID-19 have taught us, even the normal civilian, we will have to be ready. We will have to be able to play our role as a backup healthcare workforce. Although we are not at the professional level, but at least we will be able to know how to take care of ourselves, our family, our loved ones, even how to participate in our community. to make sure we are able to pull through during the disaster, and we are able to reduce some of the workforce will be laid down to our healthcare workers. So yeah, so this is the experience we had during the past 2 rounds of disasters in Singapore. Yeah, then of course, from the government point of view, they also have, the threats. They educate us the threat of man-induced disasters, okay, possibly biochemical, and also possibly terrorism explosion. So we have, regular drills. We also have CPR training, professional training, like a CPR process. And I attended the CPR training by myself, although, our skill may not be that outstanding excellent, but while waiting for medical supply, while waiting for medical professionals' help, at least we can do our part to see when we are able to assist in bringing back a life. Okay, so these are the participation as normal civilian in Singapore as a non-healthcare company to actually respond to the disaster. Yeah. All right. Okay. So healthcare workforce. Okay. So when we talk about backup healthcare workforce, okay, usually when we talk about healthcare workforce, is always the doctors, the allied health, the therapists, the nurse, especially the nurses, okay, and of course healthcare assistants who are working in hospital, who are working in communities, who are working in our outpatient clinics. However, if we talk about backup health workforce, actually everyone can be the backup. Okay, because we have very limited medical resources. Okay, we have limited nurses in the society, in our community. So everyone's ability will be counted. Then bit by bit, okay, our ability and our capacity towards disaster will be stronger. All right, and then just now I also mentioned the effort, okay, being given by the government authorities. Yeah, so that's all for my sharing. Yeah, so I'm not sure whether there are any questions any participants may want to ask. Hello.
Okay, thank you for
Yes.
your yeah. Next, maybe you still have one slide?
Yes.
Yeah, please go ahead.
All right. Sorry, come again. I can't hear.
Are you finished?
Yes, in terms of the sharing of experience, yes, I'm finished. Okay, last but not least, okay, because how should I say, Southeast Asia region, ASEAN countries, although we have individuality, but we have a lot of similarities. So the collaboration among countries has been uplifted during the past 1 decade. Yeah, because here in Singapore, we see doctors, we see nurses, like health people working in Singapore from all the ASEAN countries. We also have our doctors working in, Singapore doctors actually participating medical events in the Philippines, in Malaysia. So from here, it is very encouraging to see ASEAN countries are united. And I think moving forward with all the awareness and the preparation, we can fight disaster in a better way. Yeah. Okay, all right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Carol Chan. I think that is a comprehensive presentation that we know maybe it will be bring up a number of questions from all attendees. And we have some questions from Zoom. The first question from,
Yes.
okay, first question from Mr. Muhsin. His question addressed to Mr. Joel. The question is, we still be faced the low education, financial education, regulatory exchange, and concerning curriculum education. There are difficulties to resilience healthcare. And what is your opinion? You got the point, right? Okay, please
Okay.
answer the question.
Yeah.
Dr.
I
Joe.
think there's a lot of issues regarding this question, and I would like to answer this as much as I could. I think the idea here is low education leading to, of course, because we know that when we work, no, Dr. Carol is here. When it comes to employability, we only get the best, the cream of the crop, because we wanted the best for our community, for the patients. And so I may say that the education should be our key. We have to enrich our curriculum, our instruction, so that when we produce graduates, when we produce our students, they are not half-baked graduates. They should be as competitive as much as they could. And when we prepare them, we have to anticipate that these people are for global citizens, for Asian market. And so education, the law of education is a replica of perhaps a poor planning, or should I say we were not able to provide maybe a long-term development plan of what we'll do in the next 5 or 10 years ahead. So in planning, we always include education as intervention. And that would mean that the government should allocate resources in order to ensure that our people, that the citizens of our country are better prepared for the actual field of work. And so low education means the chance of having a good employment is very slim. It's very narrow, but I'm not saying it's true to all, or I'm not saying it's true to all the time. No, but that's how we see. That's the probability of a landing job. It's very poor. It's very narrow. It's very slim when we don't prepare enough with our formative years in college or in our basic education. With regards to the education regulation, this is changing from time to time because we need to adapt to the global market. We need to adapt to the need of the industry. It is very sad noting that the industry will be the one to dictate on how we produce our graduates in the academe. It should be the other way around. It should be the academe trying to work along with the industry so they could meet halfway. And that leads now to unemployment or underemployment. We produce a lot of nurses, but these nurses are not competent the way the industry wanted them to work after 4 years in college. And so when they pass the licensure exam, Dr. Carol would hire them and would say, oh, this graduate of this university at least acquired the minimum requirement as a novice practitioner. But the industry is extending their help. They send them to further education like the CPR, the advanced training, because they see a lack in these skills. And so therefore, it all boiled down to the idea that education, the academic institution, and the industry should meet halfway to better prepare our market, to better prepare our citizens also, because when we are getting old, our students right now becomes our healthcare provider, and so we have to invest much more for them. And so, education, the regulation for education is changing from time to time, and this is unstoppable because of the changing needs of time. We cannot change for the sake of changing. We change because that is the need, and our roads are not meant to be traveled in a backward motion. We really have to go forward. And so that's the reason that as educators we really have to invest. We really have to, invest not only with our time and dedication, but more so with the advances of technology that we have. That's my idea of how we better prepare a more resilient nursing education.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jewel. I think that's a very detailed answer, and we couldn't agree more from your answer. And still a question addressed to you, Dr. Jewel. We have the second question. As a nursing, as a nursing student, I got a lot of health questions about people asking me about what is my diagnosis, and or what is my medicine if I got sick, when what normal person think about what a nurse do is. And actually, it is how to treat people with nursing treatment. And the question is, what should we do to educate people about nursing role in healthcare, so there is not a false stigma about nursing education? Maybe I can, could you get the point?
Is that for me?
Yeah, for you. Still for you.
Actually,
Dr.
I have an
Jewel.
erratic connection right now. Well, anyway, I think the idea of the question is the stigma, of nursing education. I think that's how I understand. Um, First, I have to go back with my presentation earlier about the Padang. It is program based or problem oriented. Sometimes because we are in the state of undenial that everything is going smoothly, and as leaders, we tend not to entertain those negativities. That's where the stigma commences. When we anchored our philosophy on stigma and fear, naturally, we will not be harvesting a good fruit. Although we need to entertain this as opportunities, but we have to train our mind on seeing on the best of everything, even on the dark moments of our times. The COVID-19, as I've mentioned, it's a very traumatic experience, not only to healthcare environment, but even to education. And that fear, that stigma is still present at this time. However, when we try to see the outset, at the outside, at the other part of that coin, we are innovating. We are making some plans, moving forward on how we can prevent similar COVID-like disaster in the future. Maybe COVID will happen after 100 years from now, and maybe we cannot help but observe that. Now, maybe the next unborn generations will have the experience, but at least right now we are taught that the COVID-like disaster or any disaster at that is something that we have to invest invest on what else and which area of our education should we strengthen about, so that we prepare the next generation or the still unborn generation of our people. So the stigma, the fear, even the traumatic experiences are negative when it comes to doing healthcare. But again, as I've said, we always have to exhaust the positive side of it. What is on that negative experiences or stigma or problem that we turn out to be something beneficial or something that could also better our care delivery.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Joel. And for the third question, addressed to Ms. Carol Chen. Can you tell us your interesting experience in training or recruitment health worker for disaster? Please, Ms. Carol Chen.
Okay. My experience in what? Finding what? Sorry, I didn't catch you just now.
Training in health worker for disaster.
Oh, for disaster. All right. Okay. I would say, yes, it is a very tough job, to be frank. It is rewarding because usually what we do is during disaster, our turnover time is actually very, very short. So we utilize all possible ways, okay, to reach out all the passionate candidates, okay, who are willing to, because you see, during disaster, frontliner will have to work with certain level of risk. Okay, so the willingness, the awareness, and of course, the passion are three key elements in order for us to identify a candidate who can take up the challenge. Okay, so in SARS, during SARS period, yes, okay, and also during COVID-19, it's the same. We recruited, how should I say, the tester, okay, who actually conducted ART tests before allowing visitors to go into the inpatient wards, for example, to the hospitals. So number one is on top of that, we also have a huge responsibility, which is, I would say, commitment to at least we need to make it very clear to the candidates, although they are passionate, but they need to know the risk level of the position. And number two, they have to be well informed of the standard procedures in order to put themselves, okay, well protected. So for certain work, they have to strictly follow the procedures. Okay, and of course, the last one is to see whether their real interest, okay, were in working together with the frontliners, the doctors and the nurses. Yeah, it was very rewarding to see we are able to participate in fighting and in supporting the frontliner, the medical and, the nursing, especially the nursing. Okay, because disaster nursing actually has a much wider coverage versus disaster medicine. Okay, so frankly speaking, during disaster, the demand put on the shoulders of all our nurses is getting more and more pressurized. Okay, it's not only pressurized, it's the stress and also the mental challenges to our nurses. Yeah, so our work doesn't really stop at recruitment itself. Okay, so we constantly talk to our candidates who took up the offer, took up the challenge. Okay, so sometimes, okay, they would feel very down. Okay, and then they did not want to give up, but they also could not really talk to their loved ones because, okay, very simple, their parents, their spouse, their partner will simply tell them to resign. Yeah, if they would know the stress, they would know the level of risk, they took. Yeah, so they actually chose to talk to us. So we answer phone calls in the middle of the night sometimes. Okay, we also answer phone calls, okay, almost like 24/7. So for us, yes, we don't have a chance to fight in front at the front line. But however, we also work 24/7. So we do not refuse to take up calls, okay, especially from our candidates working in the healthcare line. Okay, so every call was important to us. So that was the support we actually committed to give to our candidates, especially during special time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chan. Okay, I think that's enough. We have finally come to the end of the part of the session. Before that, please allow me also to take some highlighted points from this today's session. That we can say we need to enhance our prevention to build the resilient health worker and health care management. And also thank you for Dr. Jewel for your nice abbreviation, Padang, problem oriented, and then assess, delegate, appreciate, network, and guide. Thank you very much. Please give applause for our speakers and for you all, guys. Thank you. Thank you for your attention and active participation. Every ending is a new beginning. See you later on another meeting. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Over to you, Ms. Revi.
Okay, thank you so much for the moderator, Ms. Rati. And also thank you for Dr. Joel and Ms. Chen. Finally, after chatting via WhatsApp, we can meet here. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Ravi. Thank you.
Okay, and as thank you from the Health Ministry of Padang, we will send the certificate of appreciation for both of you. We can share it. Okay, this is the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Jalray. Thank you so much for your participation. And also for Ms. Carol Chen, this is your certificate of appreciation from
Thank you.
committee. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, please give applause once more for our great speakers of the day. And also for our moderator, Ms. Rati, we will also give the certificate of appreciation. And also give applause once more to our great moderator. Thank you, Ms. Rati. And ladies and gentlemen, Bapak dan Ibu, saudara-saudari semuanya, dan kita masih akan mendengarkan satu keynote speaker yang sangat penting terkait dengan disaster, ya. Karena tema kita adalah tentang disaster, oleh karena itu kita akan mengundang Kepala BPBD Sumatera Barat, Bapak Jumaidi SPD MPD, untuk berkenan memberikan materi keynote speaker kita sebagai penguatan kesiapan Poltekkes dalam menghasilkan tenaga cadangan penanggulangan bencana. Kepada Bapak disilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah, syahadu la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh sallallahu alaihi wasallam la nabiyya ba'dah. Pertama kita bersyukur kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala yang telah memberikan kesempatan kepada kita semua sehingga kita pada hari ini bisa bersama-sama mengikuti dan melaksanakan seminar dan konferensi secara internasional. Mudah-mudahan ini menjadi ladang ibadah bagi kita semua dan menambah ilmu bagi kita semua. Salawat serta salam tak lupa kita iringkan untuk junjungan kita Nabi besar Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Allahumma shalli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Pertama-tama kami mengaturkan maaf, beribu maaf kepada kita semua yang mana pada jam yang sama tadi kebetulan saya juga acara di Truntum ya, untuk minta diundur jam 10. Itu informasi dari protokol. Nah, tapi akhirnya memang hadir saya ke sini ya, untuk bisa menyampaikan pesan-pesan yang disampaikan oleh Pak Gubernur secara tertulis melalui sambutan beliau. Tentu dalam hal ini kami menyampaikan permohonan maaf dari Bapak Gubernur yang sedianya akan hadir pada kesempatan ini karena kepadatan jadwal beliau, sehingga pada kesempatan ini diwakilkan kepada kami. Oleh karena itu mari kita sama-sama memaafkan beliau dan kita doakan beliau beserta Wakil Gubernur dan juga timnya sehat selalu. Baik, Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, yang pertama kita aturkan penghormatan kepada Bapak Direktur Polytechnic Kemenkes Padang dan jajaran. Berikutnya yang kita hormati Bapak Direktur dan tim PUI Polytechnic Kemenkes Palu, Bali, Tasikmalaya. Kemudian kita hormati Kepala Dinas Kesehatan Provinsi Sumatera Barat, mungkin ada yang mewakili tadi, dan juga yang kita hormati Kepala Dinas Kesehatan Kota Padang, mungkin dari DKK tadi ya hadir. Kemudian dari BPBD Kota Padang juga ada yang mewakili, dan Basarnas Provinsi Sumatera Barat. Yang kami banggakan para alumni Polytechnic Kemenkes Padang yang hadir secara langsung maupun virtual. Kemudian yang sama-sama kita banggakan para narasumber internasional dari Malaysia, Singapura, Filipina, dan juga hadir langsung dari Indonesia tadi Pak Dr. Muciono. Ya, kalau nggak salah beliau akan dipromosikan menjadi tenaga relawan yang dapat penghargaan nanti. Nah, mudah-mudahan. Kemudian peserta seminar dan konferensi internasional yang berbahagia, izin saya menyampaikan sambutan dari Pak Gubernur. Secara rinci substansinya ada juga tentang kebencanaan di dalamnya. Pertama kita akan mulai dari pantun dulu ya. Jika payung rusak datanglah ke tukang, agar kelak tidak kehujanan. Selamat datang di ranah Minang, baik yang langsung maupun yang tidak langsung, para tamu kehormatan. Senandung lagu yang berdendang diiringi tabunan kendang. Jika sampai di ranah Minang, jangan lupa untuk kuliner rendang. Jadi walaupun secara langsung hadir dari Palu, dari Bali, ya jangan lupa nanti rendangan ternikmat sedunia. Nah, dari Bali ya Pak ya? Dari Bali, Tasik. Kalau Bali ya dekat kampung saya nanti itu. Hadirin yang berbahagia, secara geologis dan hidrologis Indonesia merupakan wilayah yang rawan bencana alam. Salah satunya adalah gempa bumi dan potensi tsunami. Hal ini dikarenakan wilayah Indonesia berada pada pertemuan 3 lempeng tektonik aktif, yaitu lempeng Indo-Australia di bagian selatan, lempeng Eurasia di bagian utara, dan lempeng Pasifik di bagian timur. Ketiga lempengan tersebut bergerak dan saling bertumbukan sehingga lempeng Indo-Australia menunjang ke bawah lempeng Eurasia dan menimbulkan gempa bumi. Jalur gunung api dan sesar atau patahan menunjukkan bahwa substansi lempeng Indo-Australia yang bergerak relatif ke utara dengan lempeng Eurasia yang bergerak ke selatan menimbulkan jalur gempa bumi dan rangkaian gunung api aktif sepanjang Pulau Sumatera, Pulau Jawa, Bali, dan Nusa Tenggara sejajar dengan jalur penunjaman kedua lempeng tersebut. Hadirin yang berbahagia, kita mengenal bencana alam, ada bencana alam, dan bencana non alam, dan juga bencana sosial. Tercatat dalam sejarah beberapa bencana besar yang terjadi di dunia, yaitu gempa di Antioquia dan Suriah tahun 526 yang berkekuatan 7,5 skala Richter dan menewaskan 250.000 jiwa. Topan Kalkuta tahun 1737 diduga mengakibatkan korban jiwa 300.000 orang. Gempa Haiwan Cina tahun 1920 dengan kekuatan 7,8 skala Richter dan mengakibatkan korban jiwa 273.400 orang. Gempa bumi dan tsunami di Samudra Hindia yang berkekuatan 9,1 skala Richter mengenai 14 negara di dunia dan mengakibatkan korban 280.000 jiwa dan lain-lain kejadian bencana dahsyat lainnya baik di dunia maupun di Indonesia. Terakhir adalah bencana pandemi COVID-19 yang juga menelan banyak korban jiwa. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, bahwa pandemi COVID-19 jangan kita anggap sudah selesai. Bahwasanya pandemi COVID-19 justru kita harus waspada dalam konteks mitigasi. Tetap kita menjaga jarak, memakai masker, mencuci tangan, itu merupakan satu hal yang merupakan suatu perilaku kebiasaan baru yang harus kita hadapi setelah pandemi COVID nanti. Cuman berakhirnya kita tunggu dari WHO kapan endemi akan hadir di tengah-tengah dunia, termasuk di Indonesia. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, kita mengenal 3 tahapan kebencanaan, baik prabencana, saat bencana, maupun setelah bencana. Bagaimana peran teman-teman kita, para tenaga kesehatan, dalam konteks kebencanaan berada pada klaster kesehatan. Seyogianya, dalam konteks mitigasi, tenaga kesehatan tentu merencanakan termasuk logistik, berapa kekuatan yang harus disiapkan ketika kita menyiapkan di awal perencanaan pada mitigasinya. Berapa alat-alat kesehatan yang disiapkan, berapa obat disiapkan, itu harus kita lakukan pendataan dan kita lakukan pengadaan juga apabila ketika saat bencana kita sudah siap dengan segala pembekalan kita, baik logistik maupun peralatan untuk diterjunkan ke tengah-tengah di mana lokasi bencana terjadi. Ini dalam konteks mitigasi atau prabencananya. Tentu semuanya berada pada klaster kesehatan. Siapa yang akan mengkoordinir daripada klaster kesehatan? Tentu dalam hal ini adalah dari atas Kementerian Kesehatan, sampai kepada provinsi, dinas kesehatan, dan sampai kepada kabupaten kota, paling ujung yaitu puskesmas di pedesaan. Tentu Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, para alumni kesehatan secara sukarela maupun secara kelembagaan seyogianya tergabung kepada klaster kesehatan. Bergerak bersama-sama, berkolaborasi dengan sukarelawan dimanapun, ketika saat bencana harus menyatu padu dalam rangka untuk menangani kebencanaan di daerah kita. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, tentu untuk ini kita pesankan kepada kita semua, apabila relawan-relawan kesehatan tergabung pada klaster kesehatan, hal yang perlu dilakukan adalah perencanaan, koordinasi yang terkoordinir oleh Dinas Kesehatan itu sendiri, kemudian bergerak secara terpadu, cepat, dan tepat sasaran. Tentu ketika kita menangani korban di saat bencana, yang paling penting adalah keselamatan kita harus kita dahulukan. Apabila kita selamat, aman, insya Allah kita bisa membantu para korban yang ada di tengah-tengah saat bencana tersebut. Bapak Ibu kami hormati, apa saja yang perlu kita lakukan di tim kesehatan dalam masuk ke klaster kesehatan adalah kita mengawasi terhadap fasilitas kebersihan seperti air bersih, ya, untuk air minum, kemudian cuci mandi, sanitasi perlu kita perhatikan, masalah gizi, pengungsi harus kita perhatikan, kesehatan daripada masyarakat, terutama sekali bagi yang hamil, saat hamil. Kemudian kita perhatikan lagi adalah penyakit-penyakit yang akan muncul di tengah-tengah pengungsian. Ini perlu kita perhatikan. Kami atas nama Pemerintah Provinsi Sumatera Barat mengucapkan terima kasih dan mengapresiasi terselenggaranya konferensi seminar nasional internasional ini. Tentu ini merupakan suatu mitra yang sangat membangun pada kita semua dalam penanganan bencana. Mudah-mudahan ke depan nanti bisa kita teruskan dengan MOU maupun kerjasama bentuk lainnya, tentu melalui Dinas Kesehatan. Kita dari BPBD menyambut baik, dalam hal ini tentu merupakan suatu mitra yang harus kita bangun ke depan, sinergitas yang kondusif dan juga konstruktif. Mudah-mudahan penanganan bencana di Sumatera Barat bisa kita tangani secara paripurna. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, bahwasanya untuk klaster kesehatan, kita tahu bahwa di saat-saat bencana itu sangat dibutuhkan sekali. Sangat dibutuhkan sekali. Oleh karena itu, para relawan seyogianya nanti ketika saat bencana cepat berkoordinasi dengan posko-posko yang ada di daerah bencana tersebut. Sehingganya kita semua bisa terdeteksi berapa relawan-relawan kesehatan yang turut serta menangani kebencanaan di daerah. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, di dalam Peraturan Menteri Kesehatan nomor 75 tahun 2019, bahwasanya klaster kesehatan sebagai koordinatornya adalah Dinas Kesehatan, kalau di pusat Kementerian Kesehatan, Kalau di kabupaten kota, ala Kadinkes kabupaten kota sampai kepada tingkat kelurahan, yaitu puskesmas. Bapak Ibu yang hormati, kita ke depan ya, harus tetap meningkatkan pendidikan, literasi mengenai kebencanaan, bagaimana peran kita di sisi kesehatan. Kita sampaikan bahwasanya secara alami dan juga kearifan lokal, khususnya di Sumatera Barat, sebenarnya sudah kita laksanakan. Pepatah Minang mengatakan, barek samo di pikua, ringan samo di jinjiang. Tigo tali sajarangan. Ya. Tungku tigo sajarangan. Tigo tali sapilin. Ini menandakan bahwasanya ketika saat bencana itu sudah dilakukan secara bersama-sama. Hanya saja secara pendidikan kita akui. Bahkan Presiden Joko Widodo menginstruksikan kepada kita bahwasanya kebencanaan harus masuk ke dalam sistem pendidikan. Kita dukung itu. Seperti di UNAN, sudah akan membuka pasca sarjana kebencanaan. Dan sudah kita MOU. Dan juga kita rekomendasikan juga. Tentu kita berharap juga dari Polytechnic, ya terus kita bersama-sama. Insya Allah kita akan support dan kita akan bersama-sama untuk bagaimana peran-peran tenaga kesehatan betul-betul nampak di lapangan kiprahnya, baik itu yang sudah pegawai negeri sebagai tenaga kesehatan maupun para lulusan-lulusan alumni yang belum bekerja, tetapi peran kesehatannya sangat penting ketika di tengah-tengah masyarakat saat bencana itu. Baik Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, kami ucapkan selamat kepada panitia dan peserta semua dengan terselenggaranya konferensi dan seminar secara internasional ini. Mudah-mudahan ini menjadi ladang ibadah bagi kita semua. Mohon maaf, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada Bapak Jumaidi, dan sebelumnya Bapak berkenan untuk menerima sertifikat dari kami diserahkan oleh Kepala PUI, disilakan Bapak Musin dan didampingi dengan Ibu Ketua. Ulang lagi, Mas Habib. Terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada BPBD Sumatera Barat atas kontribusinya di kegiatan International Conference dan Seminar Polytechnic Kemenkes Padang. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of our first day event. Terima kasih sekali lagi, dan insya Allah besok kita akan kembali di ruangan ini di jam 8 pagi. Dan juga kami mengundang, sekali lagi kembali kita mengundang seluruh peserta oral dan juga poster. Dan thanks in advance pada Bapak Ibu yang masih setia berada di ruangan ini dan juga teristimewa untuk Bapak Ibu yang dari Palu, Bali, dan Tasikmalaya. Terima kasih sekali lagi masih bersama kami di siang hari ini dan juga dari BPBD dan juga seluruh Bapak Ibu dosen dan tendik di Polytechnic Kemenkes Padang dan juga seluruh mahasiswa. Ya, alhamdulillah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, pergi haji ke kota Mekah, jangan lupa ke kota Madinah. Agar acara ini membawa berkah, marilah kita akhiri dengan membaca hamdalah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. See you tomorrow. Thanks in advance. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Secara geografis, Indonesia merupakan negara kepulauan yang terletak pada pertemuan 4 lempeng tektonik, yaitu lempeng benua Asia, benua Australia, lempeng Samudra Hindia, dan Samudra Pasifik. Kondisi tersebut sangat berpotensi sekaligus rawan bencana, seperti letusan gunung berapi, gempa bumi, tsunami, banjir, dan tanah longsor. Juga wilayah Indonesia terletak di daerah iklim tropis dengan 2 musim, yaitu panas dan hujan, dengan ciri-ciri adanya perubahan cuaca, suhu, dan arah angin yang cukup ekstrim. Kondisi itu dapat menimbulkan beberapa akibat buruk bagi manusia, seperti terjadinya banjir, tanah longsor, kebakaran hutan, dan kekeringan. Berdasarkan data Pusat Krisis Kesehatan menunjukkan bahwa rata-rata setiap hari terdapat 2 sampai 3 korban tewas akibat bencana. Selain itu, 5 orang per hari mengalami luka berat, dirawat inap, serta sekitar 1.000 orang per hari harus mengungsi. Meskipun Indonesia telah mencapai kemajuan yang signifikan dalam membangun kerangka kelembagaan untuk pengurangan risiko bencana, serta meningkatkan kesiapsiagaan bencana. Namun perbaikan masih harus dibuat dalam meningkatkan agenda risk assessment and monitoring, early warning system, penggunaan pengetahuan, inovasi, dan pendidikan untuk membangun budaya keselamatan dan ketahanan di semua tingkat. Menyadari bahwa pengurangan risiko bencana merupakan tanggung jawab bersama, maka para akademisi dari kalangan perguruan tinggi di Indonesia yang peduli terhadap pengurangan risiko bencana selayaknya dapat berperan secara aktif dalam mewujudkan upaya pengurangan risiko bencana. Perguruan tinggi diharapkan mampu berkontribusi dalam pengurangan risiko bencana dan penanggulangan bencana, baik pada tahap pra-bencana, saat terjadinya bencana, tanggap darurat, maupun pada tahap pasca bencana. Rencana Induk Riset Nasional tahun 2017-2045 dan fokus riset nasional salah satunya adalah tentang kebencanaan. Polytechnic Kemenkes Padang merasa perlu dibangun kembangkan fondasi dan pemanfaatan data dan informasi bencana yang berbasis pada penelitian terapan kesehatan sebagai salah satu aspek utama dalam pembangunan di sektor bencana. Guna menjawab tantangan yang semakin berat di masa mendatang, Polytechnic Kemenkes Padang perlu melakukan peningkatan kegiatan penelitian dan pengembangan di sektor bencana, baik dalam skala nasional, regional, maupun global. Selain itu diharapkan pula dapat mendukung program nawacita terkait dalam bidang mitigasi bencana. Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Padang telah banyak menghasilkan keluaran produk penelitian yang terkait dengan manajemen bencana, seperti bahan pangan lokal, untuk memenuhi gizi korban bencana dan memiliki posko penanggulangan bencana serta pelatihan kegawat daruratan. Keluaran hasil riset telah dimanfaatkan oleh pengguna, pemerintah daerah dan masyarakat. Secara khusus telah memberikan kontribusi nyata pada pengembangan iptek manajemen bencana. Polytechnic Padang juga sudah menjalin kerjasama dengan Dinas Kesehatan Provinsi Sumatera Barat, Badan Penanggulangan Bencana Daerah Provinsi Sumatera Barat, dan BPBD Kabupaten Kota. Sumber daya manusia yang handal telah dibekali dengan bidang keahlian yang spesifik, serta mengikuti secara aktif perkembangan isu-isu terbaru, tapi belum maksimal menjawab tantangan terkait riset manajemen bencana. Sangat diperlukan untuk mendukung Polytechnic Kemenkes Padang. Sebagai pusat unggulan iptek, Polytechnic Kemenkes Padang mengembangkan pusat unggulan iptek manajemen bencana berbasis kesehatan dan kearifan lokal melalui SK Direktur nomor HK02 03 9970 tahun 2018. Pusat unggulan iptek manajemen bencana berbasis kesehatan dan kearifan lokal memiliki roadmap riset yang kemudian dikembangkan menjadi payung riset kebencanaan pusat unggulan iptek. Roadmap tersebut ditetapkan untuk mencapai visi dan misi. Tahun 2028, UI Polytechnic Kemenkes Padang menjadi pusat unggulan iptek di bidang manajemen bencana berbasis kesehatan yang terkemuka di kawasan Asia Tenggara.